Welcome to Whispering Willow's Sleep, soft-spoken tales, to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories. And if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The autumn fog caressed London like a familiar ghost, draping itself over the city's shoulders with a damp, gentle weight. Within the warm confines of 220 Sabi Baker Street, the fireplace crackled quietly, sending dancing shadows across worn leather volumes and curious artifacts that decorated the walls. Sherlock Holmes sat motionless by the window, his slender fingers steepled beneath his chin, while outside horse hoofs clipped rhythmically against wet cobblestones, their sound muffled by the evening mist. The detective's gaze followed a lone leaf as it spiraled down from a nearby tree, landing on the windowsill with an almost imperceptible tap. There was something unusual about the postal delivery that morning. A small cream-coloured envelope with no return address, bearing handwriting he had not seen in years, yet would recognise anywhere. London in the autumn of 1891 wore its age with dignified grace. The great city breathed with history, each cobblestone and brick telling stories of centuries past. As gas lamps flickered to life across the metropolis, they revealed a world of contrasts, of gentlemen philosophers and street urchins, of grand scientific achievement and ancient superstition, all coexisting in a delicate balance. The British Empire stood at its zenith, its influence stretching across continents and oceans. Yet here in its heart, the simple mystery of a handwritten note commanded the full attention of the world's foremost detective. The rooms at Baker Street existed in a perpetual state of organized chaos, much like the mind of their primary occupant. Books lay open to specific pages. Newspaper clippings formed meticulous piles, and chemical experiments bubbled quietly in the corner. The afternoon had passed in near silence, broken only by the occasional turning of a page as Dr. John Watson, seated in his familiar armchair, pretended to read the medical journal in his hands while surreptitiously observing his friend. "You've examined that envelope 17 times without opening it, Holmes," Watson finally remarked, his voice warm with both amusement and concern. "I dare say the paper will wear thin soon enough." Holmes blinked, as if awakened from a trance, the ghost of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Ah, Watson, your observational skills continue to improve, though your counting remains imprecise. There have been exactly 15 examinations." The envelope rested on the small table between them, innocent in appearance, yet charged with unspoken significance. Its paper was expensive, but not ostentatious, the kind preferred by those with both means and taste. The postmark showed it had journeyed from Paris 3 days prior, though Holmes suspected this was merely the latest in a series of calculated misdirections. "It's from her, isn't it?" Watson asked, closing his journal. Holmes did not pretend to misunderstand. Between them, only one woman had ever been referred to simply as her. The woman who had bested Sherlock Holmes, who had earned his eternal respect, and who had vanished into the continent with royal secrets and the detective's silent admiration. "Yes," Holmes replied, his voice uncommonly soft. "It appears that Irene Adler has decided to re-enter our lives." Outside, the fog grew thicker as evening deepened across London. A lamplighter moved slowly down Baker Street, his long pole reaching up to ignite each gas lamp in succession, creating islands of golden light in the misty darkness. The scent of coal fires and damp stone permeated the air, while distant church bells chimed the hour with melodic patience. Holmes finally reached for the envelope, his long fingers breaking the plain wax seal with deliberate care. The sound of the paper tearing seemed unnaturally loud in the quiet room. He extracted a single sheet of the same cream-coloured stationery, unfolded it with methodical precision, and read the contents in silence. Watson waited, knowing better than to interrupt. After all these years of friendship, he had learned to read the subtle shifts in Holmes's expression, the minute tightening around the eyes, the almost imperceptible change in his breathing pattern. Something in the message had affected the detective, though he would never admit to such human vulnerability. "Curious," Holmes finally said, placing the letter flat on the table between them. "Most curious indeed." The note contained only a few lines, written in an elegant hand. "The Queen returns to her kingdom, though shadows follow close behind. The game resumes at 7 bells, where music soothes, but secrets bind." "A riddle?" Watson asked, leaning forward. "An invitation," Holmes corrected, rising suddenly from his chair and moving to the window. The fog had transformed London into a dreamscape of muted shapes and diffused light. The Queen, of course, refers to Miss Adler herself, a clever play on her history with the King of Bohemia. As for the rest... Holmes fell silent, his tall silhouette outlined against the window. In the years since their encounter with Irene Adler, Watson had noticed how the detective occasionally paused when passing certain places in London. The Opera House, a particular street in St. John's Wood, as if momentarily caught in the gravity of a memory. Holmes had encountered countless remarkable individuals in his career, yet Adler occupied a singular space in his mental architecture. "I thought she was married and living quietly in America," Watson said, reaching for his pipe. "Norton, wasn't it? The lawyer." "So we were led to believe," Holmes replied, turning back to face the room. The firelight caught the sharp planes of his face, softening them momentarily. "Though I suspected even then that such a conventional ending would prove insufficient for a woman of her particular talents and temperament." The clock on the mantelpiece ticked steadily onward, marking the passage of time with mechanical precision. Outside, London continued its evening rituals, tavern doors swinging open to release bursts of laughter and conversation, carriages delivering gentlemen to their clubs, theatre crowds dispersing into the misty streets after the final curtain calls. Watson packed his pipe thoughtfully, the familiar ritual bringing comfort as his mind worked through the implications. "Will you answer her invitation, then?" Holmes moved to his desk and opened a drawer, extracting a railway timetable, which he consulted briefly. The reference to 7 bells could indicate either time or location, perhaps both. There are 7 notable performance venues currently offering evening entertainments. He strode to the bookshelf and withdrew a slim volume on London's cultural establishments, flipping through it with practiced efficiency. His movements carried a subtle energy that Watson recognized immediately, the awakening of the hunter instinct, the intellectual excitement that came with a worthy puzzle. "Her mention of music narrows our options considerably," Holmes continued, more to himself than to his companion. "The Royal Opera House has a new production opening tonight, a visiting company from Milan performing Verdi. A soft knock at the door interrupted his musings. Mrs. Hudson entered, bearing a silver tray with tea and biscuits, which she placed on the side table with maternal efficiency. "A boy delivered this just now," she said, placing a small package beside the teapot. "Paid in advance, he was, and wouldn't say who sent him." Holmes thanked her with unusual warmth, waiting until she departed before examining the package. It was wrapped in plain brown paper with no markings, roughly the size of a playing card, but thicker. He untied the simple string and unfolded the wrapping to reveal a ticket to that evening's opera performance, and beneath it a small key of unusual design. "The Queen moves her first piece," Holmes murmured, holding the key up to the lamplight. Its brass surface gleamed dully, its teeth arranged in an uncommon pattern. An antique design, Italian manufacture, approximately 40 years old, most commonly used for Holmes, Watson interrupted, a smile warming his voice. "Shall I assume we are attending the opera this evening?" The detective's eyes sparkled with something Watson had not seen in months, the keen intellectual pleasure of a case worthy of his unique abilities. "Indeed, my friend, I believe I will, even wear my good tailcoat for the occasion." As Holmes disappeared into his bedroom to change, Watson remained by the fire, contemplating the strange turn of events. The letter and ticket remained on the table, seemingly innocent objects that nonetheless carried the promise of mystery. Outside, London's fog continued to deepen, transforming familiar streets into dreamlike passages where anything might be possible. Holmes emerged shortly in evening attire, the severe black emphasizing his lean height and giving him the distinguished air of a minor aristocrat. Few who saw him thus would connect this elegant gentleman with the same person who could disguise himself as a dock worker or opium addict when a case required it. This chameleon-like quality was among Holmes's most valuable professional assets. "You've not touched your tea, Watson," Holmes observed, buttoning his white gloves with fastidious care. "I was rather hoping we might stop for supper before the opera," Watson replied, rising to retrieve his own evening clothes. "Simpson's, perhaps? Their roast is particularly good on Thursdays." Holmes checked his pocket watch. "An excellent suggestion. We have ample time before the performance begins." The ritual of dressing for the evening settled over the two friends, like a familiar embrace. Years of shared adventures had created a comfortable choreography between them, requiring few words. As Watson tied his bow tie before the mirror, he considered how this unexpected communication from Irene Adler had already transformed Holmes, bringing vitality back to a man who had been dangerously close to the ennui that sometimes plagued him between cases. The streets outside had grown quieter as the evening advanced. When they finally descended the 17 steps from their apartment, the fog had settled into a gentle blanket that softened sounds and lent an air of mystery to even the most familiar landmarks. Their footsteps echoed softly as they walked to the main road to hail a cab, the gaslights creating halos in the mist. "What do you suppose she wants after all this time?" Watson asked, as a hansom cab appeared through the fog. Holmes helped his friend into the cab before replying. "That, my dear Watson, is precisely what makes this evening's engagement so intriguing." As the cab pulled away from the curb, Holmes gazed out at the misty streets of London, a city of secrets and stories, of hidden connections and unseen patterns that only he could decipher. Somewhere within this labyrinth of stone and shadow, Irene Adler was waiting, having set in motion a game whose rules and stakes remained to be discovered. The hansom moved through the fog like a ship navigating uncertain waters, its lanterns casting weak pools of light that barely penetrated the mist. The sounds of the great city enveloped them. Distant carriage wheels, muffled conversations, the occasional burst of laughter from a pub doorway. London breathed around them, its ancient heart beating steadily beneath the veneer of Victorian propriety and progress. Holmes sat quietly, his mind already racing ahead, considering possibilities and connections, weighing probabilities and discarding unlikely scenarios. Yet, beneath this analytical machinery lay something rarer, a current of anticipation that had nothing to do with logic and everything to do with the singular woman who had once outwitted him. The cab turned onto the Strand, where the fog thinned slightly, revealing glimpses of theatre marquees and restaurant windows glowing with welcoming light. The rhythmic clop of the horses' hooves against the cobblestones created a hypnotic cadence, a gentle percussion accompanying the quiet symphony of the London evening. "It occurs to me," Watson said thoughtfully, "that we know very little about what became of Miss Adler after she left London. The newspaper merely reported her marriage and departure." "A deliberate obscurity, I suspect," Holmes replied, his voice taking on the distant quality it often held when his mind was assembling fragments of a puzzle. For a woman of her particular talents, anonymity would be both a shield and a weapon. The cab slowed as they approached Simpson's, its windows warm with golden light that spilled onto the pavement. Inside, gentlemen in evening attire dined at tables covered with crisp white linen, the clink of silver and crystal merging with the murmur of conversation, a bastion of English tradition amidst the swirling uncertainties of a changing world. As they stepped down from the cab, Holmes paused, his gaze drawn to a passing carriage. For the briefest moment, he thought he glimpsed a familiar profile through the window, a flash of dark hair, and the curve of a confident smile, before the carriage disappeared into the fog like a phantom. "Holmes?" Watson inquired, noting his friend's sudden stillness. "Nothing of consequence," Holmes replied, though his eyes lingered on the empty street where the carriage had vanished. "Come, Watson, let us fortify ourselves before the evening's entertainment begins." They entered the restaurant, greeted by warmth, light, and the comforting aromas of proper English cooking. Yet, even as they were shown to their usual table, Holmes couldn't shake the sensation that somewhere in London's misty embrace, Irene Adler was already watching, already one move ahead in whatever game was about to unfold. The Royal Opera House stood like a temple to art amid the fog-wrapped streets of Covent Garden. Its neo-classical columns rose majestically through the mist, while warm light spilled from its many windows, creating a golden halo that seemed to hold the encroaching darkness at bay. Holmes and Watson ascended the broad stone steps, joining the elegant procession of London's elite as they flowed into the grand entrance hall. Ladies in silk and velvet dresses moved like exotic flowers among the black-coated gentlemen, their jewels catching the light from crystal chandeliers overhead. The gentle murmur of cultured voices mixed with the soft rustle of expensive fabrics, creating a soundscape as carefully composed as any orchestra. Inside, the opera house revealed itself as a world apart from the damp London evening. The air carried the mingled scents of beeswax candles, expensive perfumes, and the faint woody notes of rosin from the orchestra pit. Attendants in crimson livery guided patrons to their seats with practiced deference, while the subtle undertones of excitement and anticipation floated through the gathering crowd like invisible currents. "Our seats are in the third box on the right," Holmes murmured, presenting their ticket to an attendant who led them up a sweeping staircase lined with portraits of composers and past performers. The red carpet beneath their feet muffled their footsteps, creating the curious sensation of floating upward through the magnificent building. The corridor leading to the private boxes was quieter, lined with heavy doors of polished mahogany. Their attendant opened the door to their assigned box with a white-gloved hand, bowing slightly as Holmes slipped a coin into his palm. The box itself was intimate. Just two velvet-upholstered chairs positioned behind a curved balustrade draped in deep red fabric. From this vantage point, they could survey both the stage below and much of the audience arranged in the sweeping tiers of the horseshoe-shaped auditorium. "Excellent seats," Watson remarked, settling into his chair. "Though I confess I'm rather more interested in watching you watch for Miss Adler than in Verdi's music this evening." Holmes's lips quivered in a ghost of a smile as he produced a pair of opera glasses from his coat pocket and began a methodical survey of the theatre. "The performance itself may provide clues, Watson. Nothing in Irene Adler's communication is without purpose." The magnificent chandelier at the center of the ceiling dimmed gradually, sending a ripple of quieting conversation across the assembled patrons. Below in the orchestra pit, musicians completed their final tuning, creating a curious dissonance that would soon resolve into harmony, much like the scattered facts of a case before Holmes brought them into coherent order. "Third box, opposite side," Holmes said suddenly, his voice barely audible. The Austrian ambassador and his wife. Behind them, partially concealed, a gentleman I believe to be a representative of the Russian diplomatic corps. Watson raised his own opera glasses. "How can you possibly identify a Russian diplomat at this distance, Holmes?" The cut of his evening clothes, distinctly St. Petersburg styling, the particular angle at which he holds his head, suggesting military training. The Order of St. Anna, third class, visible at his collar. Holmes continued his survey without pause. First tier, center section. The Countess of Morcar. You may recall her case involving the blue carbuncle. 2 boxes to her left, the newly appointed German military attaché, keeping interesting company. Watson followed Holmes's gaze to see a distinguished officer sitting beside a young woman whose striking beauty was evident even from across the theatre. "Interesting indeed. Do you suppose—" "No," Holmes interrupted, still scanning. "The lady with the attaché is the daughter of a British peer with significant railway investments in Prussia. Their association is hardly surprising given the current diplomatic climate." The orchestra fell silent as the conductor appeared to polite applause. Holmes lowered his glasses momentarily, his attention shifting to the stage as the overture began. Rich, melodic strains rose from the pit, filling the vast space with emotion made audible. Watson observed how the music seemed to touch even Holmes, that most rational of men, as his long fingers tapped lightly on the balustrade in time with the music, his eyes half closed in appreciation. "La Traviata," Holmes murmured during a crescendo. "A fitting choice." "How so?" Watson asked. "A story of a woman living unconventionally, navigating society's judgments while maintaining her independence." Holmes raised his opera glasses again as the curtain began to rise. Irene Adler sang Violetta in Warsaw before her brief tenure at the Imperial Opera in Prague. The stage revealed an opulent Parisian salon, rendered with exquisite attention to detail. Performers in magnificent costumes moved across the space with practiced grace, their voices soaring above the orchestra. The audience sat transfixed as the familiar tale of love, sacrifice, and societal constraints unfolded before them. It was during the second act that Holmes suddenly stiffened in his seat. "What is it?" Watson whispered, noting the subtle change in his friend's posture. "The understudy," Holmes replied, handing Watson the opera glasses. "Observe the performer who has just entered from stage right, the confidant role." Watson adjusted the focus to see a dark-haired woman whose bearing commanded attention despite her secondary role. There was something in her movement, in the assured tilt of her chin, that seemed oddly familiar. Surely not. "The program lists her as Signora Felicia Varelli," Holmes said, producing the folded paper from his pocket. "A last-minute substitution according to the inserted note." The woman moved across the stage with fluid confidence, her rich mezzo-soprano voice filling the theatre with surprising power for a supposedly minor role. When she turned toward their side of the theatre, Watson caught his breath. Though partially disguised by stage makeup and the distance, the intelligent eyes and proud profile were unmistakable. "It is her," Watson whispered, lowering the glasses. "But why take such a risk? Appearing on stage before hundreds, including members of diplomatic circles who might recognize her?" Holmes's eyes remained fixed on the performance, his expression thoughtful. "That, my dear Watson, is precisely what makes it such a brilliant choice. Hidden in plain sight, protected by the very audacity of the decision." A rare smile of admiration touched his lips. Few would expect a woman with secrets to display herself on London's most prominent stage. As the act progressed, Holmes divided his attention between the disguised Irene Adler and the reactions of certain audience members. The Austrian ambassador appeared particularly absorbed in the performance, leaning forward slightly during Adler's scenes. The Russian diplomat had positioned himself to observe both the stage and the ambassador's box, his expression unreadable in the dimmed theatre. "There is a larger game unfolding here," Holmes murmured, almost to himself. "The players are assembled, though their roles remain obscure." The intermission arrived with a flourish from the orchestra and a fall of the heavy curtain. The house lights brightened gradually as the audience stirred, some rising to promenade in the grand foyer or secure refreshments. Holmes stood immediately. "Come, Watson, we have approximately 22 minutes before the performance resumes." They navigated the now crowded corridors, moving against the general flow toward the backstage areas. Holmes proceeded with the confident air of someone with every right to be there, nodding occasionally to theatre staff who might have questioned their presence. He consulted a small floor plan he produced from his waistcoat pocket, leading them down a narrower passage lined with gas lamps at wider intervals, casting longer shadows between pools of warm light. "You seem remarkably familiar with the opera house's layout," Watson observed as they descended a service staircase. "I made a study of London's principal theatres and concert halls some years ago," Holmes replied. "One never knows when such knowledge might prove useful." The backstage world presented a stark contrast to the gilded luxury of the auditorium. Here was the machinery behind the illusion: ropes and pulleys, stacked scenery flats, costume racks, and the controlled chaos of stagehands and performers preparing for the next act. The air smelled of paint, dust, and the peculiar mixture of sweat and grease paint that characterized theatrical endeavors throughout the world. Holmes moved purposefully through this labyrinth, seemingly immune to the curious glances directed their way. They passed a group of ballet dancers practicing a sequence, their movements precise despite the confined space. A wizened old man with a magnificent moustache shouted directions in Italian, his hands conducting the dancers as if they were musical notes made flesh. "The dressing rooms should be along this corridor," Holmes said, turning down a somewhat quieter hallway. Brass plates on doors indicated the principal performers, while smaller rooms housed those with lesser roles. Holmes paused before a door, marked only with a simple star, listening intently before giving a soft, deliberate knock. No answer came. Holmes tried the handle, finding it locked. With a glance in both directions to ensure they were unobserved, he extracted the small key they had received with the opera ticket. It slid into the lock with precision, turning smoothly with a soft click. The dressing room beyond was modest, but private, a luxury not afforded to most understudies. A lighted mirror surrounded by cosmetics dominated one wall, while costumes hung from a rack in the corner. A small vase of violets sat on the dressing table, their sweet scent permeating the small space. Everything was arranged with meticulous care, suggesting a methodical mind. "She's not here," Watson stated the obvious, closing the door behind them. "No, but she has been, and recently." Holmes moved to the dressing table, his keen eyes scanning the various items. He lifted a discarded towel, still damp with stage makeup, removed hastily, suggesting she did not intend to return during intermission. He opened a small drawer, revealing a folded note addressed simply to Mr. Sherlock Holmes. With a thin smile of appreciation, he broke the plain seal and unfolded the paper. "Some queens prefer the shadows to the throne," Holmes read aloud. "The true performance occurs not on stage, but in Box 5, after the final curtain. Until then, enjoy the opera, though I recommend keeping watch on our Austrian friend." Watson glanced at the clock on the wall. "We have barely 8 minutes before the next act begins. Then we should return to our seats without delay." Holmes pocketed the note and surveyed the room once more. "She knew precisely when we would arrive, Watson, the timing of that delivery boy, the specific seats at the opera, all calculated with remarkable precision." They retraced their steps through the backstage maze, emerging into the more populated corridors, where patrons were beginning to return to their seats. Holmes paused briefly by a display case containing memorabilia from past productions, his attention caught by a program from a performance 5 years earlier. The name Irene Adler appeared among the cast list, alongside a small portrait that captured her confident gaze. "She performed here before," Watson noted, following Holmes's gaze. "Indeed, as Rosina in The Barber of Seville, a role about a clever woman outsmarting those who would control her destiny." Holmes's expression softened momentarily. "I attended, though I had no case that brought me here. Purely for the music, you understand." They returned to their box just as the house lights dimmed for the second half of the performance. The orchestra resumed with renewed vigor, drawing the audience back into Verdi's tragic tale. Holmes, however, directed his attention to the Austrian ambassador's box, where subtle movements suggested some disturbance had occurred during the intermission. "The ambassador appears agitated," Holmes whispered. "Observe how he repeatedly touches his inside pocket, as if confirming the presence of something valuable. On stage, the performance continued, though Irene Adler did not reappear. Her character had served its purpose in the narrative, and perhaps in whatever real drama was unfolding in the theatre that evening. Holmes divided his attention between the stage and the diplomatic box, his mind clearly assembling connections invisible to ordinary observers. As the final act approached its emotional climax, Holmes leaned closer to Watson. "When the performance concludes, we must proceed directly to Box 5. I suspect we are not the only ones who received an invitation this evening." The opera's tragic ending unfolded with exquisite artistry. The doomed Violetta's death rendered such emotional truth that many in the audience were moved to tears. The final notes hung in the air like a lingering farewell before thunderous applause broke the spell. The cast emerged for their bows, but Irene Adler did not appear among them, her absence as notable as her brief presence had been. As the audience began to disperse, Holmes and Watson made their way through the corridors toward Box 5. Unlike their own modestly elegant accommodation, this box was among the largest in the opera house, traditionally reserved for visiting dignitaries. The door stood slightly ajar, a thin line of light visible along its edge. Holmes paused, listening intently before pushing the door open wider. The box beyond was empty of people, but contained evidence of recent occupation. An opera program lay open on one chair, while a lady's glove had been deliberately placed on the balustrade, its fingers pointing toward the now empty stage. "We appear to be either early or late," Watson observed, stepping into the box. "Neither," Holmes replied, picking up the glove and examining it closely. "This is an Italian glove, Watson, of the finest kid leather, custom made for a woman with slender, strong hands, a musician's hands, and this," he indicated a small perfume bottle on the side table, "attar of roses, but with subtle notes of Hungarian lilac, a distinctive blend I have encountered only once before." Holmes crossed to the window that opened onto a small private balcony overlooking the theatre's side entrance. The fog had thickened during the performance, transforming the street below into a ghostly landscape where gas lamps created islands of diffused light in a sea of grey. A carriage waited below, its driver hunched against the damp night air. "Ah," Holmes said softly, "and there is our Austrian friend, appearing rather more distressed than diplomatic protocol would suggest appropriate." Watson joined him at the window to see the ambassador hurrying toward his carriage, repeatedly glancing over his shoulder as if expecting pursuit. As the diplomat reached for the carriage door, it opened from within. A gloved hand emerged briefly, accepting something the ambassador handed over, before withdrawing again into the carriage's dark interior. "The exchange has been made," Holmes murmured, his breath fogging the glass, "though whether what has changed hands is document, payment, or threat remains to be seen." The carriage pulled away from the curb, disappearing into the fog like a phantom ship fading into mist. The ambassador stood motionless for a moment before turning abruptly and walking in the opposite direction, his posture suggesting a man unburdened of a heavy weight, or perhaps newly laden with a different one. "Holmes," Watson said suddenly, indicating a folded paper that had appeared on the chair where the opera program had been. A location both men had clearly observed was empty moments before. Holmes turned, his eyebrows rising slightly in rare surprise. It seems, Watson, that while we watched one performance below, another was taking place much closer at hand. He unfolded the note, revealing elegant handwriting that matched the earlier message. The game grows more complex, my dear detective. What appears as betrayal may be protection. What seems as alliance may be threat. The true queen moves not for power, but preservation. Tomorrow, noon, St. James's Park by the lake. Come alone, though I suspect you won't. I.A. Remarkable, Watson breathed. She was here, Holmes, in this very box, while we stood watching the street. Indeed. Holmes carefully folded the note and placed it in his pocket alongside its predecessor. Miss Adler's talents extend well beyond her considerable musical gifts. They exited the now nearly empty opera house, emerging into the fog-bound London night. The temperature had dropped further, giving the mist a crystalline quality that refracted the gaslights into soft halos. Their footsteps echoed on the damp pavement as they walked in companionable silence, each man absorbed in his thoughts. "You'll go tomorrow, of course," Watson finally said as they approached Baker Street. "We'll go," Holmes corrected, his breath visible in the cold air. "She expects both of us, despite her instructions to the contrary." The familiar silhouette of 221B emerged from the fog, its windows glowing with welcome warmth. As they approached their door, Holmes paused, his sharp eyes catching a subtle disturbance in the usual pattern of the street. "We've had another visitor," he said quietly, indicating the faint impression of footprints on their doorstep, footprints that had not been there when they left for the opera. The game, it seemed, was advancing with or without them, the pieces moving across London like shadows in the fog, orchestrated by a woman whose intellect matched Holmes's own. A queen returned to claim her place in a dangerous game, whose rules and stakes remained tantalizingly obscure. Morning arrived in London with tentative grace, the autumn sun struggling to penetrate the lingering fog that clung to rooftops and wrapped around chimneys like reluctant ghosts. Baker Street slowly emerged from the mist, its familiar contours revealing themselves in the strengthening light. Inside 221B, Holmes had been awake for hours, a fact evident from the state of the sitting room. Pages from foreign newspapers lay spread across every surface, some marked with Holmes's precise notations in the margins. A map of Europe occupied the center of the floor, small pins of various colors marking locations from St. Petersburg to Vienna, Paris to Constantinople. The air carried the faint aroma of strong Turkish tobacco, suggesting Holmes had indulged his pipe throughout the night while assembling this mosaic of information. Watson found his friend standing by the window, violin in hand, though he wasn't playing. Instead, Holmes was using the bow to indicate connections between documents he had pinned to the wall, diplomatic reports, newspaper clippings, and what appeared to be excerpts from Mycroft Holmes' confidential briefings. "Ah, Watson," Holmes said without turning, having identified his friend by the sound of his footsteps on the worn floorboards. "I trust you slept well, despite our late return." "Well enough," Watson replied, carefully navigating around the map to reach the breakfast tray Mrs. Hudson had somehow managed to place on the only clear corner of the desk. "Though I see sleep holds little appeal for you." Holmes set down his violin and joined Watson at the desk, accepting a cup of tea with absent-minded gratitude. The pieces of the puzzle demanded immediate attention. The timing suggests urgency beyond mere theatrical dramatics. Watson buttered a piece of toast, surveying the room's transformation into what he privately called Holmes' thought palace externalized. What have you discovered? Fragments, Watson. Intriguing, but incomplete. Holmes sipped his tea, his grey eyes focused on some distant point only he could see. Over the past 6 months, 3 European monarchies have experienced unusual diplomatic pressures. The Austrian Empire faced a sudden crisis regarding Hungarian autonomy. The Kingdom of Sweden unexpectedly reversed its position on North Sea fishing rights. And most recently, the aging King of Bohemia, our former client, has announced a postponement of his long-planned marriage to the Princess of Scandinavia. And you believe these events are connected to Irene Adler's reappearance? Holmes moved to the map, indicating the pins with his teaspoon. These seemingly unrelated diplomatic adjustments form a pattern when viewed collectively. Each represents a subtle shift in the European balance of power, and each occurred shortly after reports of a visiting opera company performing in the respective capitals. The weak autumn sunlight finally broke through the clouds, casting long shadows across the cluttered room. Dust motes danced in the golden shafts of light, creating ethereal patterns that seemed to mirror the complex web Holmes was unraveling. You think Adler is using opera performances as cover for some form of diplomatic manipulation? Watson asked, joining Holmes at the map. Or counter-espionage, Holmes replied, setting down his cup with sudden decision. It's nearly time, Watson. St. James's Park awaits, and so does our enigmatic diva. They dressed for the cool autumn day. Holmes in his customary black frock coat, and Watson in a comfortable tweed suit suitable for a walk in the park. Despite the clearing skies, a damp chill remained in the air, carrying the earthy scents of fallen leaves and wet stone. As they descended the stairs, Holmes paused to retrieve a small leather case from the hall table. "Opera glasses?" Watson inquired as they stepped onto Baker Street. Holmes smiled slightly. One never knows when a closer view might prove illuminating. St. James's Park lay at the heart of London, a green oasis surrounded by the symbols of British power. Buckingham Palace to the west, Whitehall and the government offices to the east. The park itself represented a perfect neutral ground, public, yet offering discreet spaces for conversation away from prying ears and eyes. They entered through the north gate, following the path that wound toward the lake at the park's centre. The grounds were relatively quiet for a midday, with only a few nursemaids watching their young charges feed the waterfowl, and elderly gentlemen taking constitutional walks along the gravelled paths. The recent fog had left the grass heavy with moisture, creating a carpet of glistening green beneath the ancient oak and elm trees. 11:55, Watson noted, consulting his pocket watch as they approached the ornamental bridge that spanned the narrowest part of the lake. Punctuality has always been one of your virtues, Holmes. As it is one of Miss Adler's, Holmes replied, scanning the park with practiced efficiency. His gaze lingered momentarily on a solitary figure seated on a bench near the water's edge, her face obscured by the brim of a fashionable hat, and an open book held at reading height. They continued across the bridge, Holmes setting a deliberately unhurried pace. Below them, the lake's surface rippled gently in the light breeze, fragmenting the reflections of clouds and trees into an impressionist's dream of colour and movement. A pair of swans glided past, their white forms creating elegant wakes in the dark water. "Her note suggested noon precisely," Watson remarked as they reached the far side of the bridge. "Perhaps she's been delayed." "On the contrary," came a melodious voice from behind them. "I simply wish to observe your approach without the constraint of a fixed meeting point." They turned to find Irene Adler standing at the bridge's centre, elegantly attired in a walking dress of deep burgundy, her posture as confident and composed as Holmes remembered. The years had touched her gently. A few subtle lines at the corners of her eyes spoke of experiences rather than age, while her dark hair, arranged in a fashionable coiffure beneath her hat, showed no hint of grey. Her eyes remained as sharp and intelligent as ever, assessing both men with undisguised interest. "Miss Adler," Holmes acknowledged with a slight bow. "Or perhaps you prefer Signora Varelli these days." A smile touched her lips. "Names are such transient things, Mr. Holmes, rather like national borders or diplomatic agreements, subject to revision when circumstances demand." She gestured toward a secluded path that wound through a stand of ancient oak trees. "Shall we walk? The water attracts too many birds, and birds attract children and their caretakers." They fell into step beside her, Holmes on her left and Watson on her right, creating an island of privacy moving through the public space of the park. For several moments none spoke, allowing the gentle sounds of rustling leaves and distant fountains to fill the silence. "I assume you've made preliminary deductions about my current situation," Irene finally said, her tone conversational despite the weight of her words. "Your wall of connections was quite impressive, even viewed through field glasses from across the street." Holmes raised an eyebrow, a rare expression of surprise crossing his features before being quickly mastered. "You've been watching Baker Street." "Just as you've been watching the Opera House," she countered smoothly. "Surveillance is a mutual courtesy in our particular circle, Mr. Holmes." They reached a secluded clearing where a single bench faced away from the main paths. Irene seated herself with fluid grace, arranging her skirts with practiced efficiency. Holmes remained standing, his tall figure alert, despite his casual posture, while Watson took position slightly apart, his medical instincts automatically assessing the woman before them, noting the slight tension in her shoulders, the careful control of her breathing, the way her gloved hands remained perfectly still in her lap. "You're involved in something far more complex than a mere theatrical tour," Holmes stated, his voice pitched low enough that only their small group could hear. "The pattern of performances corresponds precisely with unexpected diplomatic adjustments across Europe. Last night's exchange with the Austrian ambassador suggests documents changed hands, documents significant enough to cause visible distress in a man trained to conceal his emotions." Irene's expression revealed nothing, but a fleeting appreciation flickered in her eyes. "As perceptive as ever, Mr. Holmes, though you've only observed the surface ripples of much deeper currents." "Perhaps you might illuminate those depths," Watson suggested, his direct manner contrasting with Holmes's more oblique approach. Irene studied both men for a moment, as if making a final calculation. The autumn breeze stirred the fallen leaves around their feet, creating a gentle rustling counterpoint to their conversation. In the distance, the bells of Westminster began to toll noon, their sonorous tones rolling across the park like waves. "What I am about to tell you must remain between us," she began, her voice taking on a more serious timbre. "Lives, including my own, depend on discretion." "You have it," Holmes assured her, his curiosity now fully engaged. "For the past 3 years, I have been working as what might charitably be called an independent diplomatic agent, Irene explained, removing her gloves with deliberate care. My musical career provides access to royal courts and diplomatic circles across Europe. Access I utilize for various parties who value information above all else. A spy, Watson said plainly. A crude term for a nuanced profession, she replied with a slight smile. I prefer to think of myself as a curator of secrets and a preserver of balance. She paused, watching a leaf spiral down from the oak above them. 6 months ago, I became aware of a coordinated effort to destabilize several European monarchies through a sophisticated blackmail operation. Holmes's eyes narrowed. The same method attempted by the King of Bohemia in your case. Indeed, though on a far grander scale. Letters, photographs, evidence of indiscretions both personal and political, all gathered and weaponized by a network that spans from the Russian aristocracy to the British Foreign Office. Irene's gaze met Holmes directly. They call themselves the Concilium, an informal alliance of nobles, diplomats, and military officials united by a shared vision of Europe remade through controlled chaos. Watson shifted uncomfortably. And your role in this affair? Initially, I was contracted to acquire certain sensitive materials for what I believed was legitimate diplomatic purposes, Irene admitted. By the time I understood the true nature of the operation, I was already deeply embedded within their network. Rather than withdraw, I chose to remain, to gather evidence and, where possible, to mitigate the damage. She drew a deep breath, the first sign of genuine emotion breaking through her composed exterior. The exchange you witnessed last night was part of this effort. The Austrian ambassador was being blackmailed with letters that could implicate his government in a secret agreement with Russia regarding Balkan territories. I intercepted these letters and returned them to him, while providing him with falsified documents to surrender to his blackmailers, buying time for those under threat. Holmes studied her face intently, his analytical mind assessing every nuance of her expression and tone. A dangerous game, Miss Adler. If discovered, neither side would show mercy to a double agent. Hence my theatrical precautions, she replied with a hint of her former levity. The stage has taught me that the most effective deceptions occur in plain sight, with the audience's full attention directed precisely where the performer wishes. A distant rumble of carriage wheels on gravel prompted all three to glance toward the main path, though it remained obscured by the trees surrounding their clearing. The momentary interruption served as a reminder of the public nature of their seemingly private conversation. "You've taken considerable risk in contacting me," Holmes observed, returning his attention to Irene. "There must be more to this situation than you've revealed thus far." Irene's composed expression faltered slightly. The Concilium has become aware of a counter-agent working against them. While they haven't identified me specifically, their suspicions have narrowed to the opera company. My usual methods of misdirection are reaching their limits. She leaned forward slightly, her voice dropping further. And there is a more immediate concern. They have obtained something of a personal nature, something I believed safely hidden. "Another photograph?" Watson asked, recalling the central element of their previous encounter with Irene Adler. "A letter," she corrected, "written in my own hand to—" She hesitated, an unusual display of uncertainty. "To someone whose safety depends on their complete dissociation from me. The letter contains no explicit revelations, but in the hands of those skilled in reading between lines, it could provide the missing link they need. Holmes's expression remained neutral, though Watson, who knew him better than anyone, recognized the subtle signs of his friend's deepening interest, the slight forward tilt of his posture, the focused intensity of his gaze. "And you believe we can help recover this letter?" Holmes asked. "I know you can," Irene replied with sudden certainty. "It's being held in a private safe at the residence of Lord Blackwood, a minor diplomat with major ambitions. He serves as the Concilium's London coordinator." She withdrew a small notebook from her reticule and carefully tore out a page, offering it to Holmes. His Belgravia address, along with the probable location of the safe within his study. "The house will be empty tomorrow evening between 8 and 11, while Blackwood attends a Foreign Office reception at Whitehall." Holmes accepted the paper, glancing at the neat handwriting before tucking it into his waistcoat pocket. "You've done considerable reconnaissance." "Survival necessitates thoroughness, Mr. Holmes, a quality we share, I believe." She rose from the bench with fluid grace, signaling the end of their meeting. "There is one additional factor you should be aware of. The King of Bohemia is currently in London, travelling incognito. His postponed marriage is directly connected to the Concilium's activities, and to the contents of my letter." A complex emotion flickered across Holmes's face, a mixture of surprise, curiosity, and something less definable. "The king is involved with this Concilium?" "Not willingly," Irene replied. "Like many others, he is a pawn in their game, though a particularly valuable one given his connections to multiple royal houses." She donned her gloves with practiced precision. "I've already stayed longer than prudence allows. I'm being watched, as I'm certain you are now as well." "How shall we contact you after we've retrieved the letter?" Watson asked. "You needn't worry about that," she assured him with a smile that carried echoes of their first meeting years ago. "I'll know when you succeed, or if you fail." She turned to leave, then paused, looking back at Holmes with an expression that combined professional assessment with something more personal. "The chess game has begun, Mr. Holmes. The pieces are in motion across Europe, and the board extends far beyond what either of us can see. I've made my opening moves. I look forward to observing yours." With that, she walked away down the secluded path, her burgundy dress soon disappearing among the trees and shadows of the autumn park. The subtle scent of her perfume, an attar of roses with Hungarian lilac, lingered in the air, a sensory ghost of her presence. "Remarkable woman," Watson commented as they watched her go. "Still able to stay 3 steps ahead of both allies and adversaries." "Indeed," Holmes agreed, his gaze still fixed on the point where Irene had vanished. "Though I suspect in this instance she has miscalculated the complexity of the game, and the ruthlessness of her opponents." They began their own walk back toward the park's entrance, moving at a deliberately casual pace through the dappled shadows cast by ancient trees. Around them, London's green heart continued its peaceful afternoon rhythms, oblivious to the international intrigue being woven through its paths and bridges. "You believe her story?" Watson asked as they reached the ornamental lake once more. Holmes was silent for several moments, his keen eyes scanning the park with practiced efficiency. "I believe she believes it," he finally replied. "Whether her understanding of the situation is complete is another question entirely. The involvement of the King of Bohemia adds a dimension she may not fully appreciate. Will we proceed with her request, retrieving this letter from Lord Blackwood's safe?" A rare smile touched Holmes's lips as they passed through the park gates onto the busy London street beyond. "My dear Watson, when have we ever refused an invitation to a game of such fascinating complexity?" Above them, the autumn sun finally broke fully through the clouds, casting their shadows sharply ahead as they walked back toward Baker Street, and toward whatever web of international intrigue awaited them in the residence of Lord Blackwood, minor diplomat and major player in a game whose true dimensions remained tantalizingly obscure. Evening descended upon London like a velvet curtain, gradually darkening the sky from pale blue to deepening indigo. The diplomatic quarter of Belgravia glowed with warm light spilling from grand residences, while carriages deposited elegantly dressed guests at the entrance to the Prussian embassy. Tonight's diplomatic ball had drawn together representatives from across Europe, a glittering assemblage of power and influence beneath crystal chandeliers, gilded ceilings. Holmes and Watson ascended the embassy's broad marble steps, joining the steady stream of distinguished guests. Holmes had assumed the identity of Baron Sigerson, a minor Swedish diplomat with scholarly interests, while Watson played the role of his personal physician. Their carefully crafted appearances, Holmes in impeccable formal attire, with a small decoration of an obscure Swedish order, Watson in conservative evening clothes with the subtle demeanour of a trusted adviser, allowed them to blend seamlessly into the diplomatic gathering. Remarkable what an engraved invitation and the right tailoring can accomplish, Watson murmured as they handed their cards to the livered footman at the entrance. Society's gates are surprisingly permeable to those who understand their mechanisms, Holmes replied softly. Remember, we are here merely to observe. Lord Blackwood will be present, as will several suspected members of this concilium. Our goal is intelligence, not confrontation. The embassy's grand ballroom opened before them, a magnificent space of marble columns and mirrored walls. A small orchestra played Strauss waltzes from a raised platform at one end, while diplomats, aristocrats, and their companions circulated like planets in complex orbits. The air carried the mingled scents of expensive perfumes, hothouse flowers, and the subtle undertones of wealth and power. A rarefied atmosphere where words carried double meanings and every handshake might conceal a political calculation. Baron Sigerson, announced the footman, causing barely a ripple in the sea of conversation. Holmes surveyed the room with practised efficiency, his gaze cataloguing faces, groupings, and the subtle hierarchies evident in the gathering. The Prussian military attaché, Colonel von Berger, standing by the second pillar, he noted to Watson in a low voice. Recently returned from colonial assignments in Africa. The slight discoloration on his left cuff suggests he received a detailed briefing involving maps immediately before the reception. Watson had long ceased to be amazed by Holmes' deductions, though he still appreciated the brilliance of his friend's observational skills. And Lord Blackwood? Near the refreshment table, in conversation with the Austrian trade envoy, the thin man with greying temples and the rather ostentatious emerald pin. Holmes accepted a glass of champagne from a passing waiter, using the movement to continue his survey of the room. Note how the others defer to him despite his ostensibly minor diplomatic status. They moved casually through the crowd, Holmes occasionally exchanging pleasantries in flawless Swedish or German with other guests who mistakenly believed they recognized the Baron. Watson marvelled, as he often did, at his friend's chameleonic abilities, the subtle shifts in posture, accent, and mannerism that transformed the detective into a convincing Nordic aristocrat. "Curious," Holmes murmured, suddenly his attention drawn to a new arrival at the ballroom entrance. "It appears we are not the only ones employing theatrical skills this evening." Watson followed his gaze to see a striking, dark-haired woman in a midnight blue gown, being announced as Countess Elise von Mittelberg of Vienna. Even without Holmes's powers of observation, Watson immediately recognized Irene Adler beneath the elegant aristocratic persona she had adopted. "What is she doing here?" Watson whispered, surprised by this unexpected development. This wasn't part of her plan. "Miss Adler rarely restricts herself to a single strategy," Holmes replied, a note of admiration evident in his voice despite his neutral expression. "Observe how she navigates the room, each conversation brief but meaningful, each transition smooth as silk. She's gathering information while simultaneously establishing her presence." Indeed, Irene moved through the diplomatic crowd with practiced ease. Her laugh, musical and perfectly modulated, occasionally rose above the general conversation, while her gestures suggested both aristocratic confidence and feminine charm. Within minutes of her arrival, she had drawn a small court of attentive diplomats and military men, all apparently eager for the Countess's attention. "She's working her way toward the Prussian delegation," Holmes noted. "I believe this evening has just become considerably more interesting." As if on cue, the orchestra concluded their waltz and began a new melody, the opening strains of a polonaise, a formal dance of Polish origin that had become fashionable in diplomatic circles. Couples began to form on the dance floor, creating patterns of movement and colour beneath the glittering chandeliers. "Baron Sigerson," a booming voice interrupted their observations. "It has been too long since Stockholm." Holmes turned smoothly to face a corpulent man with an impressive moustache and the unmistakable bearing of a career diplomat. Without missing a beat, he extended his hand with a warm smile of recognition. "Minister Hoffman, indeed it has. The climate of London agrees with you better than the Baltic winters, I see." Holmes responded in perfect German, embodying the Baron's persona with complete conviction. Watson drifted slightly aside as Holmes engaged in diplomatic small talk, positioning himself to maintain a clear view of both Irene and Lord Blackwood. The latter had now moved to join the Prussian delegation, his thin frame and precise movements reminiscent of a predatory bird among more ponderous creatures. Across the room, Irene had been invited to dance the polonaise by a tall, distinguished officer in a Prussian uniform adorned with numerous decorations. Watson recognized him as Colonel von Berger, the military attaché Holmes had identified earlier. As they took their positions for the dance, the careful choreography of diplomacy and deception continued to unfold throughout the embassy ballroom. "Fascinating development," Holmes murmured, having extracted himself from Minister Hoffman with practiced grace. "The colonel is known for his discretion and professional reserve. For him to single out an unknown countess for the formal dance suggests he may already be acquainted with her true identity." "A potential ally?" Watson suggested, as they watched the intricate patterns of the polonaise unfold on the dance floor. "Or a skilled opponent testing her resolve," Holmes replied. "In either case, it confirms that the stakes of this game are higher than even Miss Adler may have indicated." The dance proceeded with stately elegance, couples advancing and retreating according to centuries-old traditions. Irene and the Colonel moved with matched precision, their conversation impossible to overhear across the crowded ballroom. Whatever they discussed, it appeared to be of mutual interest, judging by their focused expressions and the Colonel's occasional nod of understanding. "We should circulate," Holmes decided. Lord Blackwood's group by the eastern alcove appears to be discussing matters of greater significance than the typical diplomatic pleasantries. They made their way carefully through the crowd, Holmes pausing occasionally to exchange greetings or brief comments with various guests who seemed to accept Baron Sigerson without question. Watson marvelled once again at the power of context and confidence, how readily people believed what they expected to see. As they approached the eastern alcove, they could observe Lord Blackwood in conversation with 3 other men, a French commercial attaché, a Russian cultural envoy, and an Italian nobleman whose exact diplomatic function remained unclear. Their postures suggested a discussion of some significance, their voices deliberately lowered despite the general noise of the reception. Holmes positioned himself and Watson near enough to observe without drawing attention, pretending to admire a large painting of the Prussian countryside that hung on the wall nearby. Through careful attention, fragments of the conversation became audible. "The timetable must be accelerated," Blackwood was saying, his thin fingers adjusting his emerald pin. "Vienna has become unpredictable, and Stockholm reports similar concerns." "The documents from St. Petersburg have not yet been verified," the Russian replied, his accent thick, but his English precise. "Proceeding without confirmation would be premature." The Italian nobleman made a dismissive gesture. "Verification is a luxury we can no longer afford. The concilium requires action, not endless deliberation." Holmes's expression remained carefully neutral, though Watson could sense his friend's intense focus on every word and gesture of the group. Something in the conversation had clearly captured Holmes's attention beyond the mere mention of the mysterious concilium. "The polonaise has concluded," Holmes noted quietly. "Observe Miss Adler and the Colonel. They're moving toward the terrace, a more private venue for continuing their discussion." Indeed, Irene and Colonel von Berger had left the dance floor and were now proceeding toward the glass doors that led to the embassy's stone terrace overlooking the gardens. Their departure seemed casual, unremarkable amid the swirl of diplomatic socializing, yet Holmes's sharp eyes missed nothing. "I believe we should sample the night air ourselves," Holmes suggested, guiding Watson toward a different set of doors that also opened onto the terrace. "The gardens of the Prussian embassy are said to be quite remarkable, even by moonlight." They stepped outside into the cool autumn evening. The terrace extended the width of the building, with stone balustrades and potted topiary, creating the impression of an outdoor ballroom. Several couples and small groups had sought the relative quiet of the terrace, their conversations creating a gentle murmur beneath the more distant music from within. Carefully placed torches and lanterns cast pools of warm light, leaving comfortable shadows between them. Holmes led Watson along the terrace, maintaining a discreet distance from Irene and the Colonel, who had paused near the far corner. The night air carried the scent of late roses and damp stone, while the muted sounds of London traffic provided a distant urban counterpoint to the refined atmosphere of the diplomatic gathering. "Cannot continue this charade indefinitely," they heard the Colonel saying as they drew within earshot, his voice low but carrying clearly in the night air. Berlin grows impatient, and your position becomes more precarious with each performance. Impatience leads to mistakes, Colonel, Irene replied, her tone composed, despite the apparent gravity of their discussion. The documents must be assembled in their entirety before action can be taken. And the King of Bohemia, his presence in London complicates matters considerably. A brief silence followed, during which Holmes and Watson maintained their careful pose as two gentlemen enjoying the evening air and distant views of the London skyline. Holmes had positioned them near enough to overhear, while ensuring they appeared completely uninterested in the conversation nearby. "The king is a complication I am equipped to manage," Irene finally responded. "His interests ultimately align with our own, though he may not yet recognize this fact." The colonel's voice took on a harder edge. "The Concilium believes otherwise. They suggest your history with him represents a significant liability." "The Concilium," Irene said with subtle emphasis, "overestimates personal sentiment and underestimates professional principle. A common failing among men who believe themselves masters of the European chessboard." This response elicited a short, surprised laugh from the colonel. "You speak dangerously, Countess, though I confess I find your candour refreshing amid the diplomatic doublespeak that surrounds us." Holmes touched Watson's arm lightly, indicating they should move along before their continued presence aroused suspicion. They strolled casually to another section of the terrace, where Holmes pretended interest in the embassy gardens below. "The colonel is not what he appears," Holmes murmured, his gaze fixed on the darkened landscape. His concern for Miss Adler's safety seemed genuine, yet he clearly represents interests that may be at odds with hers. "Do you think he's part of this concilium?" Watson asked. "No," Holmes replied after a moment's consideration. "Rather, I suspect he represents a third faction in this complex equation, one that Miss Adler neglected to mention in our meeting at the park." Their contemplation was interrupted by the approach of Lord Blackwood, who had emerged onto the terrace with the Russian cultural envoy. The two men were engaged in what appeared to be casual conversation, though Holmes's slight tensing suggested he detected undertones of greater significance. "Baron Sigerson," Blackwood called as he noticed them, his thin face arranging itself into a diplomatic smile. "I don't believe we've been formally introduced. Lord Edmund Blackwood, attaché to the Foreign Office." Holmes adopted the slightly stiff manner of his Swedish persona, bowing correctly. "An honour, Lord Blackwood. May I present my personal physician, Dr. Wyatt?" Blackwood acknowledged Watson with a cursory nod, before returning his attention to Holmes. "I understand you have an interest in ancient languages, Baron. Perhaps you might shed some light on a curious manuscript recently acquired by our British Museum, a Scandinavian text that has puzzled our scholars." "My expertise is modest," Holmes replied with appropriate humility, "though I would be delighted to examine the document if it would be of service." The conversation continued in this vein, seemingly innocent scholarly discussion that Watson recognized as a careful, mutual assessment. Blackwood was probing the Baron's authenticity, while Holmes maintained his cover with the precision of a master actor, neither overplaying nor revealing any inconsistency that might trigger suspicion. From the corner of his eye, Watson noticed Irene and the colonel had concluded their terrace conversation and were returning to the ballroom through separate doors. A small but telling detail that suggested discretion remained paramount in their association. "You must visit my modest home in Belgravia, Baron," Blackwood was saying, as their exchange drew to a close. "I have several artifacts that might interest a scholar of your particular inclinations. Perhaps tomorrow evening?" "Most generous," Holmes replied with perfect diplomacy. "Unfortunately, I have a prior engagement with the Swedish legation. Perhaps later in the week?" Blackwood's smile remained fixed, though Watson thought he detected a flicker of calculation in the man's pale eyes. "Of course, we shall arrange it through proper channels." As Blackwood and his Russian companion moved away, Watson released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "He invited you directly to his home, where the safe is located." "Indeed," Holmes murmured, "though I suspect the invitation was not entirely motivated by scholarly camaraderie. Lord Blackwood is testing a theory." "About Baron Sigerson?" "About who might be interested in the contents of his safe." Holmes turned toward the ballroom doors. "I believe we've gathered sufficient intelligence for one evening. The diplomatic ballet will continue without us, and we have preparations to make for tomorrow night's appointment in Belgravia." They re-entered the ballroom, where the reception continued in full splendor. The orchestra had begun a Viennese waltz, and couples twirled across the floor in a kaleidoscope of color and movement. Irene, in her role as the Countess, was now engaged in animated conversation with the French ambassador, her laughter carrying across the room like music. Holmes paused momentarily, his gaze resting on her with an expression Watson had rarely seen, a complex mixture of admiration, concern, and something less easily defined. Then the moment passed, and the detective's features returned to the composed mask of Baron Sigerson as they made their diplomatic farewells and departed the Prussian embassy. Outside, the night had grown cooler, and a light mist was beginning to form around the street lamps, creating halos of diffused light. A line of carriages waited for departing guests, their horses occasionally stamping against the cobblestones in patient resignation. "A most enlightening evening," Holmes remarked as they walked away from the embassy, preferring the clarity of the night air to the confines of a carriage. "The game grows more complex with each move." "And more dangerous," Watson added. "This concilium seems to have connections throughout European diplomatic circles." Holmes nodded, his stride purposeful, as they turned toward Baker Street. "Which makes our task at Lord Blackwood's residence tomorrow all the more critical. We are no longer merely retrieving a compromising letter. We are drawing back the curtain on a conspiracy that spans continents." Above them, stars appeared occasionally through breaks in the gathering clouds, distant and cold against the black velvet of the night sky. London continued its nocturnal existence around them, the great city breathing with life and secrets, oblivious to the international intrigue being woven through its diplomatic salons and shadowed terraces. "Holmes," Watson said after they had walked in companionable silence for several minutes, "do you trust her? Irene Adler, I mean?" The detective considered the question with unusual thoughtfulness. "Trust is perhaps too absolute a term, my dear Watson. I trust her abilities without question. I trust her to act in accordance with her own interests and principles, which are formidable and complex. Beyond that—" He left the thought unfinished, his expression contemplative, as they continued their walk through the misty London night, toward whatever complications tomorrow would bring. Morning sunlight filtered through the windows of 221B Baker Street, casting long rectangles of golden light across the sitting-room floor. Outside, London was already bustling with activity. The clatter of hooves on cobblestones, the calls of street vendors, the steady rhythm of a city fully awake. Within the apartment, however, a contemplative quiet prevailed as Holmes and Watson sat at breakfast, each man absorbed in his thoughts. Watson buttered a piece of toast with methodical precision, observing his friend over the rim of his teacup. Holmes had barely touched his food, instead focusing his attention on a telegram that had arrived with the Morning Post. Whatever its contents, they had drawn the detective's features into an expression of unusual concern. "Troubling news," Watson finally inquired, breaking the silence that had stretched between them. Holmes glanced up, as if suddenly remembering he was not alone. A message from Mycroft. "My brother rarely involves himself directly in my investigations, unless matters of significant governmental concern arise." He passed the telegram across the table. Watson noted the sparse, coded language typical of Mycroft Holmes communications. "Brother, Swedish baron known in certain circles. Concilium is deeper than suspected. Women in blue are not as represented. Exercise utmost caution. Belgravia residents watched. M. He's aware of our movements," Watson remarked, returning the telegram, "including our disguises at the embassy. Mycroft's information network extends into shadows even I cannot penetrate," Holmes replied, finally reaching for his cooling tea. "More concerning is his warning about Miss Adler. Not as represented, suggests she has not been entirely forthcoming about her role in this affair." Watson set down his cup with unusual firmness. "I confess, Holmes, I've harboured reservations since her reappearance. The coincidence seems too convenient. This concilium threatens European stability, just as Irene Adler returns to London seeking your assistance." Holmes steepled his fingers beneath his chin, his grey eyes focused on some distant point. "You fear manipulation, that I might be blinded by what? Sentiment, professional rivalry? Both, perhaps." Watson's tone was gentle but direct, speaking with the honesty earned through years of friendship. "She is the only adversary who ever bested you, Holmes. That creates a unique dynamic between you, one that might be exploited by someone of her particular talents." A slight smile touched Holmes's lips, though it didn't reach his eyes. "Your concern is noted and appreciated, old friend. Rest assured that my faculties remain uncompromised by lingering sentiment." Watson wasn't entirely convinced, but he knew better than to press the point. Instead, he changed tack slightly. "What of Mycroft's warning about Blackwood's residence being watched? Does that affect our plans for tonight?" "It necessitates additional caution, certainly." Holmes rose from the table and moved to the window, gazing down at Baker Street below. "Though it also confirms that whatever lies within that safe holds significance beyond a merely personal letter." The detective fell silent, his tall silhouette framed against the morning light. Watson had known Holmes long enough to recognize when his friend was assembling pieces of a puzzle in his remarkable mind, connecting fragments of information, discarding false patterns, seeking the underlying truth of the matter. "There is another aspect to consider," Holmes said finally, turning back to face the room. "If Irene Adler is not what she appears, then who does she truly represent? And what is the actual nature of this document we're meant to retrieve?" Before Watson could respond, Mrs. Hudson's footsteps sounded on the stairs, followed by a gentle knock. She entered bearing a small silver tray with a single envelope. "A messenger just delivered this, Mr. Holmes," she explained. "Said it was most urgent, and required no reply. Holmes accepted the envelope with a nod of thanks. He examined it briefly. High-quality paper, no distinguishing marks, his name written in a flowing hand that was deliberately disguised, yet contained certain unconscious characteristics that caught his trained eye. "From her?" Watson asked, after Mrs. Hudson had departed. Holmes broke the plain seal and extracted a single sheet of paper. "Indeed." He scanned the contents quickly, his expression revealing nothing. "What does she say?" "A warning of sorts." Holmes handed the note to Watson. "Apparently, our activities at the Prussian embassy did not go unnoticed." The note was brief and pointed. "Your Baron impressed certain parties. Others remain skeptical. Watch the shadows tonight, especially those that fall from high places." The letter contains more than personal revelations. It holds the key to a cipher that unlocks a far greater secret. The king arrives at Claridge's this afternoon. He brings complications. I.A. Watson refolded the note with a troubled expression. Cipher keys and watching kings. The waters grow murkier rather than clearer. "On the contrary," Holmes replied, a spark of intellectual excitement lighting his eyes. "The picture begins to resolve itself. This is not merely about blackmail or diplomatic manipulation. It concerns encrypted information, likely of strategic importance." He moved to his desk and unlocked a drawer, withdrawing several newspaper clippings that he spread across the surface. Each featured reports of minor diplomatic adjustments across Europe over the previous 6 months, the same pattern he had identified earlier. "Consider the timeline," Holmes explained, indicating the dates on each report. "Following each diplomatic shift, there was a corresponding adjustment in military deployments or trade agreements. Small changes individually, but collectively they create a significant realignment of European power balances." Watson joined him at the desk, studying the pattern with growing concern. "You believe these changes were orchestrated by this concilium?" "Orchestrated and encoded," Holmes corrected. "Each adjustment follows a recognizable pattern, a form of diplomatic cipher hidden within seemingly routine international relations." The sunlight had shifted as the morning advanced, the golden rectangles on the floor moving like slow hands of an enormous clock. Outside, a street musician began playing a melancholy air on a violin, the notes drifting up to their windows like wistful ghosts. "And Irene's letter?" Watson asked. "How does it function as a key to this cipher?" Holmes shook his head slightly. "That remains unclear, though I suspect it contains a reference point or codebook that would allow its possessor to interpret these diplomatic signals correctly." He gathered the clippings and returned them to the drawer, locking it with care. "Regardless, our course is set. Tonight, we shall visit Lord Blackwood's residence as planned and retrieve whatever document lies within his safe. Then we shall determine its true significance." Watson nodded, though his expression remained troubled. "And what of the King of Bohemia's arrival? Surely that complicates matters." "Indeed. Our former client has an unfortunate tendency toward impulsive action." Holmes checked his pocket watch. "I believe a visit to Claridge's may be in order, preferably before the king has the opportunity to involve himself directly in affairs he only partially comprehends." As Holmes spoke, a subtle change in the street sounds below caught his attention. The casual rhythm of passing carriages was interrupted by the approach of a vehicle moving at greater speed, followed by the sharp sound of a hasty stop directly outside their door. "It appears events continue to accelerate," Holmes remarked, moving back to the window. Below, a well-appointed carriage with unmarked doors had pulled up at 221B. No passenger emerged, but the driver looked up expectantly at their window, as if awaiting acknowledgement. An unmarked carriage, with diplomatic livery, my brother's preferred method of unofficial communication. A sharp knock at their door confirmed his deduction. Mrs. Hudson appeared moments later, somewhat flustered. "A gentleman's carriage awaits you, Mr. Holmes. The driver said it was arranged by your brother, and is most urgent." Holmes exchanged a meaningful glance with Watson. "It seems Mycroft wishes to provide more detailed information than can be trusted to telegrams. We should not keep him waiting." They gathered their coats and hats, Holmes pausing only to retrieve his revolver from his desk drawer, checking it briefly before slipping it into his pocket, a precaution that did not escape Watson's notice. The doctor likewise ensured his own service revolver was secured in his coat pocket before following his friend down the 17 steps to the street below. The driver opened the carriage door without a word, his expression professionally blank beneath the brim of his hat. The interior was well appointed, but austere, typical of the government vehicles Mycroft Holmes occasionally dispatched when matters required personal attention. As they settled onto the leather seats, Holmes studied the carriage's interior with his usual attention to detail. "Interesting," he murmured, running a finger along the door handle. "This is not my brother's usual conveyance." Before Watson could respond, the carriage lurched into motion, turning sharply from Baker Street toward Regent's Park. The sudden movement caused Watson to brace himself against the seat, while Holmes maintained his balance with practiced ease. "You suspect something amiss?" Watson asked quietly, his hand drifting toward his pocket. "I reserve judgment," Holmes replied, his tone casual, though his posture remained alert. "Though I note our route suggests we are not heading toward Whitehall or my brother's Pall Mall Club." The carriage maintained a brisk pace, turning onto the outer circle of Regent's Park, where the road was less crowded. The rhythmic clatter of hooves against cobblestones and the gentle swaying of the vehicle created a hypnotic effect, though neither man allowed himself to relax into it. After several minutes of silence, Holmes leaned forward slightly. "Our destination appears to be the more secluded northern section of the park, an unusual choice for a confidential meeting, even by Mycroft's eccentric standards." Watson nodded, his expression growing more concerned. "Perhaps we should suggest an alternative venue?" Before Holmes could respond, the carriage slowed and turned onto a tree-lined avenue where overhanging branches created a tunnel of dappled shadow. The road here was rougher, causing the vehicle to sway more noticeably. As they rounded a bend, the carriage came to an abrupt halt in a secluded clearing surrounded by dense shrubbery. The door opened suddenly, revealing not the driver, but a broad-shouldered man in a nondescript coat, his face partially obscured by a bowler hat pulled low over his brow. Behind him stood two similarly dressed individuals, their stances suggesting professional discipline rather than common thuggery. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes," the first man stated in a flat voice with a faint Eastern European accent. "Your presence is requested for a brief conversation. Your companion may remain in the carriage." Holmes assessed the situation with calm precision. 3 men, professionally trained, likely armed. The isolated location offered few immediate options for assistance. Direct confrontation would be unwise. "I prefer to keep my appointments through proper channels," Holmes replied evenly. "Perhaps your employer would consider a more conventional approach?" The man's expression remained impassive. "This matter concerns the Countess and certain documents currently in transit. My employer believes your involvement may prove beneficial to all parties." At the mention of the Countess, Holmes's interest visibly sharpened, though he maintained his outward composure. He exchanged a brief glance with Watson, a silent communication born of years of friendship and shared danger. "Very well," Holmes said, stepping from the carriage with deliberate calm. "A brief conversation seems reasonable, given the circumstances." "Holmes," Watson began, concern evident in his voice. "It's quite all right, Watson," Holmes assured him, though the subtle emphasis on certain words conveyed a different message entirely. "These gentlemen simply wish to have a civil discussion regarding our mutual acquaintance. I'm sure they understand that any discourtesy would be counterproductive to their employer's interests." The implied warning was not lost on the leader of the group, whose slight nod acknowledged the unspoken boundaries of their encounter. He gestured toward a small clearing a few yards from the carriage, where a solitary bench stood beneath an ancient oak tree. As Holmes moved toward the indicated spot, Watson remained tensely alert in the carriage, his hand resting casually near his pocket. The detective's posture appeared relaxed, but Watson recognized the subtle readiness in his friend's stance, the balanced weight, the precise awareness of distances and positions that Holmes had perfected through years of navigating dangerous situations. The conversation that followed was conducted in low tones, impossible to overhear from Watson's position. He observed the body language of the participants, the leader doing most of the talking, Holmes listening attentively with occasional brief responses. There were no aggressive movements, no overt threats, yet the entire encounter vibrated with undercurrents of tension and unstated consequences. After approximately 5 minutes, the exchange concluded. The leader offered a stiff bow, and Holmes returned to the carriage with measured steps. The 3 men watched his return without comment, then moved toward a second vehicle, partially concealed among the trees. "An enlightening conversation?" Watson inquired, as Holmes settled back into his seat. "Illuminating, though not in the manner our friends intended." Holmes tapped on the roof, signaling the driver to proceed. The carriage lurched into motion, returning to the main park road. "We were not meeting representatives of my brother, but rather emissaries of the Russian Imperial Intelligence Service." "Russians?" Watson's eyebrows rose in surprise. "What interest do they have in this affair?" "A significant one, it seems." Holmes's expression was thoughtful as he watched the park scenery slide past the window. "They are aware of the Concilium's activities and believe Irene Adler possesses documents that could destabilize relations between Russia and several Western powers. Did they threaten you?" "Not explicitly. They merely suggested that my continued health and freedom would be best served by ensuring that certain papers never reach the British Foreign Office." Holmes's lips curved in a slight smile. "They also implied that the Countess, as they insist on calling her, has been less than forthcoming about her true associations." Watson frowned. First Mycroft, now Russian intelligence, both suggesting Irene Adler may not be what she claims. "Indeed." Holmes fell silent for a moment, his keen mind clearly processing this latest development. "The waters, as you noted earlier, grow increasingly murky, yet certain patterns begin to emerge from the darkness." The carriage had returned to London's busier streets, rejoining the flow of daily commerce and ordinary life that continued oblivious to the diplomatic shadows moving beneath the surface of European affairs. Holmes directed the driver to return them to Baker Street, his expression indicating he had reached some private conclusion. "You've decided something," Watson observed as their familiar doorway came into view. Holmes nodded. "Tonight's visit to Lord Blackwood's residence proceeds as planned. However, our objective has expanded beyond retrieving a mere letter. We must now determine not only what the document contains, but who ultimately stands to benefit from its possession." They ascended the steps to their rooms in thoughtful silence. The morning's events had cast long shadows of doubt across their understanding of the case, and across the enigmatic woman at its center. As they entered their sitting room, now bathed in the full light of midday, Holmes paused by the window, looking out over the London rooftops with unusual solemnity. "Watson," he said finally, "I believe we find ourselves in the unusual position of being pawns rather than players in this particular game, a most uncomfortable sensation for those accustomed to moving their own pieces." Before Watson could respond, Holmes turned from the window with sudden decisiveness. "We have preparations to make for tonight's endeavour. Blackwood's residence will present specific challenges that require careful planning." And with that, the detective immersed himself in the practical details of their evening's task, though Watson could not help but notice how frequently his friend's gaze drifted to the telegram from Mycroft and the note from Irene Adler, two warnings from opposite sides of a shadowy conflict, both suggesting that the woman who had once outwitted Sherlock Holmes might be playing an even more complex game than any of them had imagined. Evening descended upon Belgravia with elegant restraint. Unlike the foggy embraces common to London's less affluent districts, here the coming darkness draped itself like fine silk across imposing townhouses and private gardens. Gas lamps created pools of golden light at measured intervals, illuminating the broad pavements where occasional carriages passed. With quiet dignity, their occupants hidden behind drawn curtains. Lord Blackwood's residence stood midway along Chester Square, a handsome four-storey building of Portland stone with tall windows and a discreet entrance set back from the street. From their vantage point in a shadowed doorway across the square, Holmes and Watson observed as a carriage collected Blackwood himself, dressed in formal evening attire, clearly departing for the Foreign Office reception as Irene had predicted. 8:15 precisely, Watson murmured, consulting his pocket watch in the dim light. Punctuality appears to be among his virtues. "A convenient trait in our present circumstances," Holmes replied, his eyes following the carriage until it disappeared around the corner. "Though I suspect it may be his only virtue, given what we've learned of his associations." They remained in position for another 10 minutes, watching as lights were extinguished in various rooms of the house, servants completing their evening duties before retiring to their quarters. Finally, only a single lamp remained lit on the ground floor, likely in the entrance hall to guide Blackwood's return later that night. "The household staff appears minimal," Holmes observed. "No more than 3 servants, and all seem confined to the lower regions of the house at present." They crossed the square with unhurried confidence, 2 gentlemen returning from an evening stroll, nothing in their manner suggesting clandestine intent. Holmes led them not to the main entrance, but toward a narrow service passage that ran alongside the building, accessible through a small iron gate. The servants' entrance will provide less conspicuous access, Holmes explained, as he examined the gate's lock with practiced eyes. From an inner pocket, he produced a set of slender tools that gleamed dully in the distant lamplight. Particularly given Mycroft's warning about the house being watched. The lock yielded to Holmes's expertise with barely a sound. They slipped through the gate and along the narrow passage, their footsteps muffled by Holmes' foresight in having them both wear felt-soled shoes for the evening's activities. The service door at the rear presented a slightly more complex challenge, but within moments, Holmes had defeated its mechanism as well, allowing them entry into a dimly lit corridor that smelled of beeswax polish and lamp oil. "The kitchen and servants' hall lie to our left," Holmes whispered, closing the door silently behind them. "Lord Blackwood's study, where the safe is located, is on the first floor, second door on the right, overlooking Chester Square." They moved through the house like shadows, Holmes navigating with the confidence of someone intimately familiar with the building's layout. Watson followed close behind, alert for any sound that might indicate the presence of servants. The main staircase they avoided entirely, instead using a narrower service stair that connected the floors, without passing through the more public areas of the house. The first floor corridor was carpeted in deep burgundy that swallowed their footsteps as they approached the study door. Holmes paused, listening intently for several moments before trying the handle. It turned smoothly under his hand, revealing a spacious room beyond, illuminated only by moonlight, filtering through tall windows that overlooked the square below. "Overconfidence," Holmes remarked softly as they entered. "Blackwood relies more on his reputation than physical security." The study was appointed with the restrained luxury typical of diplomatic circles. Leather-bound books lined mahogany shelves, a massive desk dominated one wall, and various objets d'art suggested extensive travel without crossing into ostentatious display. Maps of Europe and the colonial territories occupied one wall, some marked with small pins whose significance remained unclear in the dim light. Holmes moved directly to the fireplace, where a large portrait of a stern-faced gentleman in military dress hung above the mantelpiece. "The family patriarch, I presume," he murmured, carefully lifting the frame away from the wall to reveal a small wall safe behind it. "How predictable," Watson commented, keeping watch by the partially open door. "One might expect more imagination from a diplomatic conspirator." "Conspiracy often relies more on shared conviction than creative thinking," Holmes replied, his sensitive fingers already exploring the safe's dial. "It's a relatively new model, Austrian manufacture, interestingly enough." Watson watched as his friend pressed his ear against the metal door, his fingers making minute adjustments to the dial with characteristic precision. Holmes's ability to open safes by touch and sound had proven valuable in numerous previous cases, though Watson had never fully understood the technique's subtleties. After several minutes of intense concentration, Holmes straightened with a slight smile of satisfaction. "There we are." The safe door swung open silently on well-oiled hinges. Inside lay several document folders, a small leather pouch, and what appeared to be a diplomatic passport. Holmes examined each item methodically, his expression revealing nothing as he worked. Finally, from beneath the folders, he extracted a cream-colored envelope, sealed with plain wax, bearing no imprint. "Is that her letter?" Watson asked, glancing briefly from his post at the door. Holmes held the envelope up to the moonlight, studying its characteristics. The paper matches that of her previous communications, and the dimensions are consistent with a personal letter. He turned it over, examining the seal. However, there is something. A distant sound from below interrupted his observation. The unmistakable opening and closing of the house's front door, followed by footsteps in the entrance hall. Blackwood, Watson whispered, tension evident in his posture. He's returned far earlier than expected. Holmes quickly replaced the other items in the safe, but retained the envelope, closing the safe door and returning the portrait to its position. The reception must have been briefer than anticipated, he replied quietly, already moving toward the service door at the rear of the study. This way, we can access the back staircase without crossing his path. They slipped through the door just as footsteps sounded on the main staircase. Holmes led them down the narrow service stairs, moving with practiced silence despite the urgency of their retreat. As they reached the ground floor, however, voices became audible from the direction of the kitchen. The servants were still awake and active, blocking their intended exit route. The conservatory, Holmes decided instantly, changing direction. It connects to the garden, which will allow us to circle back to the service gate. They moved through shadowed corridors, the sound of approaching footsteps from multiple directions creating a closing net around them. The conservatory door stood partially ajar, moonlight streaming through its glass panels and creating silvery patterns across the tiled floor. Exotic plants created pools of deeper shadow throughout the space, their unfamiliar scents filling the humid air. As they entered, a figure detached itself from the darkness near the far door, a slender silhouette instantly recognizable even in the dim light. "You're cutting it rather close, gentlemen," Irene Adler remarked, her voice a barely audible murmur. Blackwood wasn't expected back for another hour. Holmes showed no surprise at her presence, merely nodding slightly, as if her appearance was an anticipated development. "Miss Adler, your intelligence regarding the household schedule appears to have been imprecise. A last-minute diplomatic crisis concerning the Russian ambassador," she explained, moving toward them with silent grace. "There's a second exit through the garden, but we must move quickly. Blackwood never lingers in the entrance hall." True to her prediction, footsteps could now be heard approaching the study above, followed by the distinct sound of discovery, a sharp exclamation, and more rapid movement. "He's noticed the safe has been accessed," Holmes observed calmly, though his posture suggested readiness for immediate action. "The garden, I think, offers our best prospect now." Irene led them through the conservatory's exterior door into a formal garden bordered by high walls. Unlike the warm humidity of the plant-filled glass structure, the garden air was sharp with autumn's bite, carrying the scent of damp earth and late blooming roses. They moved swiftly along gravel paths that crunched softly beneath their feet, heading toward a small gate barely visible in the garden's far wall. Behind them, light suddenly flooded the conservatory as lamps were lit inside the house. Voices called out in alarm, and the exterior door, through which they had just passed, was flung open, casting a long rectangle of yellow light across the garden's central path. "This way," Irene urged, leading them into the deeper shadows cast by an ancient oak tree that dominated one corner of the garden. From this concealed position, she produced a small key and unlocked the garden gate, revealing a narrow alley beyond. This connects to Eaton Square. We can lose any pursuit in the streets beyond. They slipped through the gate, Holmes securing it behind them with the same key, which Irene pressed into his hand. The alley was darker than the garden, bordered by high walls on both sides, the cobblestones slick with recent rain. They moved quickly but carefully, the sounds of confusion from Blackwood's residence growing fainter behind them. As they emerged onto the broader expanse of Eaton Square, Holmes finally produced the envelope from his coat pocket. "I believe this is what you sought, Miss Adler." Irene's expression in the diffused lamplight was unreadable, though Watson thought he detected a flash of relief in her eyes. "Not here," she said quietly. "We remain exposed. I have a carriage waiting on the far side of the square." She led them along the square's perimeter, keeping to the shadows cast by the imposing buildings and ancient trees. True to her word, a modest closed carriage waited at the designated spot, its driver a nondescript man who acknowledged their approach with nothing more than a slight nod. Once inside the vehicle's darkened interior, Irene finally relaxed marginally, removing her hat to reveal her dark hair tied severely back, a practical style for the evening's activities. "You have remarkable timing, Mr. Holmes. Another 5 minutes, and you would have encountered not only Blackwood, but also his unexpected guest." "Guest?" Watson inquired, settling onto the leather seat as the carriage began moving at a deliberate pace, neither too fast to attract attention, nor too slow to effect their escape. "Colonel von Berger, the Prussian military attaché I was conversing with at the embassy," Irene explained. "He arrived shortly after Blackwood, which explains the diplomatic crisis that shortened the Foreign Office reception. The colonel carries new instructions from Berlin that apparently couldn't wait until morning." Holmes studied her face in the dim light filtering through the carriage windows. "You seem remarkably well informed about matters occurring after our entry into Blackwood's residence." A smile touched Irene's lips. "I have resources beyond your immediate perception, Mr. Holmes, just as you have questions beyond those you've voiced regarding my involvement in this affair." The carriage turned onto a busier thoroughfare, where late evening traffic provided additional anonymity. Gas lamps created rhythmic patterns of light and shadow across their faces as they passed beneath them, like a visual metronome, marking the passage of time and distance from danger. "Perhaps we might begin with this," Holmes suggested, holding up the envelope they had retrieved. A personal letter of such significance that it warranted breaking into a diplomat's residence. Irene considered him for a long moment before responding. "The envelope contains 2 items, Mr. Holmes. One is indeed a personal letter, written in a moment of rare indiscretion some years ago. The other is a cipher key disguised within that letter's text. A cipher key that would allow interpretation of the diplomatic signals we discussed," Holmes concluded. "The subtle shifts in international relations that, when properly decoded, reveal the Concilium's larger strategy." "Precisely." Irene's expression grew more serious. "The letter was written to the young queen of a minor European principality, a woman who showed me extraordinary kindness during a difficult time. The Concilium discovered its existence and intended to use it not only to compromise me, but to force the Queen into compliance with their broader objectives." Watson leaned forward slightly. "And those objectives are?" "War," Irene stated simply. Not immediate, but carefully orchestrated over the next 2 to 3 years. A controlled conflict that would allow certain financial and industrial interests to profit immensely while redrawing European boundaries to their advantage. Holmes turned the envelope in his hands, studying its plain exterior. And your role in this complex equation? According to both my brother and certain Russian representatives, it may not be precisely what you've represented. The carriage turned again, now heading toward the quieter streets of Westminster. Outside, the imposing silhouette of the Abbey rose against the night sky, its ancient stones bearing silent witness to centuries of political machinations, not unlike those currently unfolding around them. Your brother's concern is understandable, Irene acknowledged, after a pause. From his perspective, I appear to be playing multiple sides of an international conspiracy. The Russians believe I am working for British intelligence. The Concilium initially thought I served their interests while remaining unaware of their ultimate objectives. And the truth? Holmes pressed gently. Irene met his gaze directly. The truth is that I serve primarily my own interests, which, in this instance, align with preserving peace and protecting those who have shown me loyalty. The young queen I mentioned faces ruin if the Concilium succeeds. Several others who have assisted me over the years would suffer similar fates. She looked out the window briefly, gathering her thoughts before continuing. When I discovered the Concilium's true agenda 6 months ago, I began working to undermine their efforts from within, substituting false intelligence, warning potential victims, and gradually assembling evidence of their conspiracy. Hence the encrypted documents you've been gathering across Europe, Holmes concluded, using opera performances as your cover. The performing arts have always provided remarkable access to the powerful, Irene confirmed with a slight smile. Kings and ministers may guard their tongues in council chambers, but they speak more freely in the relaxed atmosphere of cultural events. The carriage slowed as they approached Westminster Bridge, its lamps creating shimmering reflections in the dark waters of the Thames below. London's heart beat around them. The distant chimes of church bells, the muffled sounds of river traffic, the eternal pulse of a city whose history was intertwined with secrets and power. The King of Bohemia, Watson said suddenly. How does he feature in this intricate game? Irene's note mentioned he had arrived at Claridge's. Wilhelm has unwittingly become a pivotal piece on the Concilium's chessboard, Irene explained, her tone suggesting complicated history rather than lingering affection. His postponed marriage to the Princess of Scandinavia directly serves their interests, creating diplomatic tension they can later exploit. Holmes opened the envelope carefully, removing its contents. Inside were 2 sheets of paper. One, a personal letter written in Irene's distinctive hand. The other, a seemingly innocuous list of musical compositions, with annotations regarding tempo and orchestration. The cipher key, Holmes observed, examining the musical notations, ingeniously disguised as professional notes for performances. Each composition corresponds to a specific diplomatic initiative, Irene confirmed. The annotations indicate the true meaning behind publicly announced policies and agreements. With this key, one can interpret the pattern of international developments over the past 6 months and predict those planned for the future. Holmes studied the documents with intense focus, his remarkable mind already beginning to connect this new information with patterns he had previously observed. This would be of considerable value to multiple governments, particularly those targeted by the Consilium's manipulations. Which is precisely why it has remained in Blackwood's safe, rather than being delivered to any single intelligence service, Irene replied. I needed someone I could trust to recover it, someone with no direct governmental affiliations yet, with the skills to ensure its proper use. The implication hung in the air between them, an acknowledgement of the unique position Holmes occupied in the shadowy world of international intrigue, neither fully aligned with official agencies like his brothers, nor operating entirely outside established power structures. And now that we have retrieved it, Watson inquired, what happens next in this elaborate chess game? Irene gazed through the window at the great city flowing past, her expression thoughtful. The next move requires careful consideration. The Consilium will discover the theft by morning, if they haven't already. Their response will be swift and potentially dangerous. They will suspect your involvement, Holmes noted, carefully returning the documents to their envelope. They have suspected me for some time, Irene acknowledged, with remarkable composure, which is why I've maintained careful distance and multiple identities. However, this direct action will force their hand. They must either expose themselves by moving against me openly or accelerate their plans before the evidence can be properly assembled and presented. The carriage turned onto a quieter street lined with respectable townhouses, eventually stopping before an unremarkable door distinguished only by its polished brass knocker. No sign identified the establishment, though its well-maintained exterior suggested discreet prosperity. A private club, Watson guessed as the driver opened their door. Of sorts, Irene replied with enigmatic precision. A sanctuary for those requiring absolute discretion, maintained by people who ask no questions and remember no faces, will be secure here while determining our next steps. They descended from the carriage, which departed immediately after, leaving them on the quiet street beneath the gentle glow of a single gas lamp. As Irene led them toward the unmarked door, Holmes paused momentarily, his keen gaze scanning the surrounding shadows with particular attention to the rooftops and doorways opposite. We were followed, he stated quietly. Not a question, but an observation. Irene nodded slightly. From Eaton Square, a professional, careful to maintain distance while never losing sight of our carriage. Blackwood's man? Watson asked, instinctively checking that his revolver remained accessible in his coat pocket. Or the Prussians, Irene suggested. Either way, they know only our general location, not the specific house. The neighborhood contains dozens of similar establishments, and this one maintains particular protocols regarding visitor privacy. She produced a small key and unlocked the door, revealing a modestly appointed entrance hall beyond. A single lamp burned low on a side table, providing just enough illumination to navigate the space without drawing attention from outside. As they entered, closing the door securely behind them, the sounds of London faded to a distant murmur, muffled by thick walls and heavy curtains that separated this quiet sanctuary from the city's endless rhythms. The Queen has made her move, Irene remarked, removing her gloves with elegant efficiency. Now we must prepare for the Consilium's response and determine how best to use the advantage we've gained. Holmes regarded her with an expression that combined professional respect with something more personal, yet carefully restrained. The game enters its most dangerous phase, Miss Adler. The opponents now know each other's capabilities, and the stakes have never been higher. In the quiet of that unmarked sanctuary, surrounded by the sleeping city whose peace hung in the balance of their actions, the three conspirators stood poised at the edge of international intrigue, each aware that the documents they had retrieved might prevent a war, expose a conspiracy, or place them all in mortal danger before the next dawn broke over London's ancient skyline. Morning light filtered tentatively through heavy velvet curtains, casting the private dining room in a gentle golden glow. The unmarked house had revealed itself by daylight to be an establishment of refined discretion, a place where diplomatic secrets could be exchanged over excellent coffee, where privacy was not merely promised, but architecturally ensured through thick walls and strategically positioned rooms. Holmes stood by the window, creating a narrow gap in the curtains to observe the street below without being seen. The neighbourhood had awakened to its usual rhythms, shopkeepers raising shutters, maids beating carpets in small courtyards, delivery boys navigating the cobblestones with practiced efficiency. Nothing suggested they were under surveillance, yet Holmes maintained his habitual caution. "Our shadow appears to have withdrawn," he remarked, letting the curtain fall back into place. "Though that may simply indicate a change in tactics, rather than abandonment of interest." Watson looked up from the morning newspaper spread before him on the polished oak table. The diplomatic reception receives only a brief mention, nothing about any unexpected departure or crisis. "The wheels of conspiracy turn quietly," Holmes replied, accepting a cup of tea from their discreet host, who bowed slightly before withdrawing from the room. Public announcements rarely reflect the true movements beneath the surface. Irene Adler entered from an adjoining room, her appearance transformed from the previous evening's practical attire to a morning dress of subdued elegance. She carried several telegrams, which she placed on the table beside the newspaper. "My sources confirm that Blackwood has indeed discovered the theft," she announced, taking a seat at the table. "He called upon Colonel von Berger at his hotel at 5 this morning, and they have since been engaged in a flurry of communications with various parties." Holmes nodded, unsurprised. "And the King of Bohemia?" "Still at Claridge's, though he's scheduled to meet with representatives of the Foreign Office at 11. Irene poured herself coffee from the silver pot with practiced grace. "He remains unaware of our activities, though I suspect that will change before the day is out." The three conspirators fell into thoughtful silence, each considering the complex chess game unfolding across London and beyond. The retrieved documents lay at the centre of the table, their innocuous appearance belying their extraordinary significance in the balance of European power. Holmes was the first to break the silence. "The cipher key provides us with understanding, but not leverage. To truly disrupt the Concilium's plans, we must force them into the open, compel them to act in ways that reveal their membership and objectives to those with the authority to intervene." "Mycroft," Watson suggested. "Among others," Holmes agreed. "My brother occupies a unique position within the British government, one that would allow him to act decisively once provided with sufficient evidence." Irene sipped her coffee, her expression thoughtful. "The Concilium's strength lies in its shadows. Its members operate through proxies and intermediaries, maintaining plausible deniability while orchestrating moves across multiple countries. Then we must create a scenario where they have no choice but to step into the light," Holmes concluded, his grey eyes bright with intellectual challenge. a gambit they cannot ignore, yet dare not address through their usual channels. Watson leaned forward, his practical nature seeking concrete details. "What exactly are you suggesting, Holmes?" "A meeting," the detective replied, beginning to pace the room with contained energy. "Not clandestine, but public enough to ensure safety, while private enough for meaningful exchange. We will invite all the principal players to a single location, under circumstances where their mutual interests and conflicts become impossible to disguise." Irene raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the boldness of the proposal. And what pretext would draw these careful conspirators into such an exposed position? A slight smile touched Holmes's lips. The most compelling motivation in diplomatic circles, the fear of being excluded from a critical exchange of information. He moved to the table and spread out the morning newspaper, indicating a small announcement on the social page. "The Swedish ambassador hosts a private musical evening tonight at his residence in Portland Place. A select gathering of diplomatic and cultural significance, with a special performance by visiting artists." "A perfect setting," Irene observed, quickly grasping the potential. "Diplomatic territory, neutral ground, with legitimate reason for various officials to attend without arousing suspicion." "Precisely," Holmes agreed. "We shall ensure that Blackwood, von Berger, and certain other interested parties receive information suggesting that a significant exchange will occur during this event, one that concerns the very documents we've retrieved." "And the King of Bohemia?" Watson asked. "A necessary component," Holmes replied. "His presence adds a layer of royal complication that the Concilium cannot easily dismiss. He represents both a potential asset and liability to their plans." Irene considered the strategy, her quick mind assessing angles and contingencies. "I can arrange to be added to the evening's performance schedule. The Swedish ambassador's wife studied voice in Milan and always welcomes the opportunity to host artists of note." "Excellent," Holmes approved. "Your presence on stage provides both visibility and a degree of protection. They would hesitate to move against a performer in full view of the diplomatic corps." "What of the documents themselves?" Watson inquired practically. "Surely we don't intend to bring the actual cipher key to this gathering?" "A calculated risk," Holmes acknowledged, "though not precisely as they might anticipate. I propose a stratagem of selective revelation, enough to confirm our possession of the key without exposing its full contents." The morning advanced as they refined their plan, anticipating moves and countermoves like master chess players. Outside, London continued its daily business, unaware of the diplomatic drama being orchestrated within those quiet walls, a drama that might determine the course of European history for years to come. By late afternoon, all was in readiness. Messages had been dispatched through various channels, ensuring that key players would receive appropriately tailored information about the evening's significance. Irene had secured her place in the musical program through a carefully worded note to the ambassador's wife, who had responded with immediate enthusiasm. Holmes had communicated with Mycroft through coded telegrams, providing enough information to ensure his brother's interest without revealing their full strategy. As dusk approached, they made final preparations. Irene dressed in a performance gown of deep emerald that managed to be both striking and dignified, suitable for a diplomatic gathering. Holmes and Watson attired themselves as distinguished guests, their evening clothes impeccable, yet designed to allow freedom of movement should circumstances require it. "The pieces are positioned," Holmes remarked as their carriage approached Portland Place, where the Swedish embassy stood illuminated against the gathering darkness. Now we must play the endgame with particular care. The embassy presented a picture of Nordic elegance, its facade adorned with subtle, decorative elements that suggested centuries of refined cultural tradition. Footmen in the Swedish royal livery greeted arriving guests, while from within came the gentle sounds of a string quartet playing Grieg's melodic compositions. They entered separately, Irene through the artist's entrance, Holmes and Watson as invited guests whose names had been diplomatically added to the list. The ambassador's grand reception rooms were already filled with a carefully curated assembly of diplomats, cultural attachés, and selected members of London society. Crystal chandeliers cast warm light over animated conversations conducted in multiple languages, creating a cosmopolitan atmosphere of cultivated civility. Holmes moved through the gathering with practiced ease, exchanging pleasantries while systematically noting the presence of key figures. Lord Blackwood had arrived early and stationed himself near the entrance to the music room, his thin face composed, yet betraying subtle tension around the eyes. Colonel von Berger stood conversing with the Russian cultural attaché, their manner suggesting casual diplomatic exchange while their posture indicated more focused purpose. "The king has arrived," Watson murmured, approaching Holmes with a glass of champagne as cover for their brief communication. Accompanied by his private secretary and the Bohemian trade envoy. Holmes nodded slightly, accepting the glass. "And Mycroft?" "By the north window, in conversation with the Home Secretary." "Excellent." Holmes sipped the champagne, his gaze continuing its methodical survey of the room. "Our audience is assembled. The performance may begin." The ambassador's wife appeared at the entrance to the music room, graciously inviting guests to take their seats for the evening's entertainment. The assembled diplomats moved in that direction, forming new conversational configurations as they selected their places among the arranged chairs. Holmes and Watson positioned themselves strategically, close enough to observe all principal players, yet with clear access to both exits should circumstances require rapid movement. Mycroft Holmes acknowledged his brother's presence with the barest inclination of his head, his expression revealing nothing to casual observers while communicating volumes to Holmes himself. The musical program began with a Swedish soprano performing folk melodies arranged for voice and piano, followed by a violinist offering Scandinavian compositions that blended classical structure with northern melancholy. Throughout these performances, Holmes observed the subtle currents of tension flowing beneath the polite appreciation of the audience, particularly the occasional glances exchanged between Blackwood and von Berger, and the king's evident discomfort whenever his gaze happened to cross theirs. Finally, the ambassador's wife rose to introduce a special addition to our program, the renowned opera artist Irene Adler, performing selected arias from her celebrated repertoire. A ripple of interest passed through the audience. The King of Bohemia stiffened visibly in his seat, while Blackwood's thin fingers tightened on his program. Von Berger maintained his composed expression, though his posture shifted subtly toward greater alertness. Irene appeared from the artist's waiting area, acknowledging the polite applause with a gracious nod before taking her position beside the grand piano. Her presence commanded attention without ostentation, a natural authority that drew all eyes in the room. "This evening, I shall perform selections that hold particular significance in the diplomatic traditions of Europe," she announced, her voice carrying effortlessly through the hushed room. Melodies that have accompanied historical moments of both concord and conflict across our shared continent. She nodded to the pianist, who began the introduction to her first piece, a Mozart aria about deception and revelation. As Irene sang, her remarkable voice filled the embassy's music room with emotional clarity that transcended language barriers. Even those unfamiliar with the Italian libretto could feel the power of its themes: truth disguised, identities revealed, justice ultimately prevailing. During this performance, Holmes initiated the next phase of their strategy. He removed from his pocket a folded paper identical in appearance to the cipher key they had retrieved from Blackwood's safe. Ensuring that his action was visible to Blackwood, von Berger, and the king, he passed this document to a young attaché with whispered instructions. The attaché nodded and moved toward Mycroft, who accepted the paper with practiced indifference before excusing himself from the room. The reaction was immediate, if controlled. Blackwood's gaze followed Mycroft's departure with barely concealed alarm, while von Berger shifted slightly in his chair, his hand moving instinctively toward his inside pocket before he mastered the gesture. The king looked bewildered, clearly uncertain of the significance of what he had witnessed, yet recognizing that something consequential had occurred. Irene, observing these reactions from her position at the piano, smoothly transitioned to her second aria, a Verdi piece about political intrigue and the power of information. Her eyes occasionally met Holmes across the room, silent communication passing between them as their carefully orchestrated drama unfolded. As the musical performance continued, the diplomatic chess game accelerated. Blackwood slipped from the room, presumably to intercept Mycroft. Von Berger remained seated, but dispatched his aide with an urgent whispered message. The king, increasingly uncomfortable, shifted his attention between the exits and Irene's performance with growing agitation. "Second movement underway," Watson murmured as Holmes rejoined him at the rear of the audience. "Indeed," Holmes confirmed quietly. "Mycroft will lead Blackwood to the ambassador's private study, where certain revelations await. Meanwhile, we must ensure the colonel's participation in the endgame." As Irene concluded her second aria to enthusiastic applause, Holmes made his way toward von Berger, timing his approach to coincide with the momentary confusion as guests rose to stretch their legs during the brief intermission. The Prussian officer acknowledged Holmes with a slight narrowing of his eyes, recognition dawning in his expression. "Colonel," Holmes greeted him with perfect politeness, "I believe Lord Blackwood may require your assistance in the ambassador's study, a matter concerning certain musical annotations of mutual interest." Von Berger's composed facade showed the barest flicker of surprise. "You are well informed, Mr. Holmes, Sherlock Holmes." The detective offered a card with a slight bow. "Perhaps you've heard the name in certain diplomatic circles." The colonel's expression confirmed that he had indeed encountered Holmes's reputation. Without further comment, he nodded curtly and moved toward the corridor that led to the ambassador's private rooms, his military bearing hardly concealing the urgency of his departure. Meanwhile, Watson had positioned himself near the King of Bohemia, whose growing distress suggested he recognized the larger implications unfolding around him. When the king rose abruptly and headed for the exit, Watson intercepted him with gentle firmness. "Your Majesty," Watson said quietly, "Mr. Sherlock Holmes suggests that your presence would be valuable in the ambassador's study. Matters concerning your postponed marriage and certain documents from London are being discussed." The king's face paled slightly, but royal training prevented any more obvious reaction. "Lead the way," he commanded in an undertone. "Though I warn you, sir, I have protection nearby." "Your protection will not be necessary," Watson assured him. "This is a matter of information, not threat." As the audience reassembled for the final portion of the musical program, the true performance was transferred to the ambassador's private study. Holmes led Irene from the music room through a side door, their departure covered by the general movement of guests returning to their seats. "All the principal players are assembling," he informed her as they moved swiftly along a carpeted corridor. "Mycroft has the actual documents secured, while our decoy has drawn the interested parties to the appointed location." "And the trap?" Irene asked, her concert gown rustling softly as they walked. "The Swedish ambassador has been discreetly informed of a potential security concern involving unauthorized use of his diplomatic premises," Holmes explained. "His security staff are positioned to ensure that once our meeting begins, it can conclude without unwelcome interruption." They reached the study door, where Mycroft Holmes stood waiting with impassive efficiency. His heavy-lidded eyes betrayed no surprise at Irene's presence, suggesting he had already deduced her role in the affair. "Brother," he acknowledged with a slight nod. "Miss Adler, the other parties await within. Lord Blackwood appears particularly agitated, while the Colonel maintains his professional composure. The King seems merely confused, poor fellow." "As he should be," Irene commented. "He has been a pawn in a game whose dimensions he barely comprehends." Mycroft opened the door, revealing the ambassador's handsome study, a room of polished wood and leather-bound books, illuminated by a crystal chandelier that cast no shadows in which secrets might hide. Around a circular table sat the assembled players. Lord Blackwood, his thin face tight with controlled anger; Colonel von Berger, military straight in his chair; and the King of Bohemia, whose expression suggested a man suddenly awakening to dangerous realities. "Gentlemen," Holmes announced as they entered, "I believe we all recognize the significance of this gathering. We represent various interests in a matter of international consequence, a conspiracy that has been operating across European borders for the past year, orchestrating diplomatic adjustments toward a predetermined conflict." "Preposterous," Blackwood began, rising halfway from his chair, before Mycroft's steady gaze encouraged him to reconsider. "The evidence is comprehensive, Lord Blackwood," Mycroft stated flatly. "The cipher key recovered from your residence, when applied to the pattern of diplomatic initiatives across 6 countries, reveals a coordinated effort to destabilize the current balance of power. The financial records linking your recent investments to munitions manufacturers and colonial resource extraction companies provide compelling corroboration." Von Berger remained silent, his expression revealing nothing, while the king looked between the other participants with growing alarm. "I knew nothing of this," the king declared, addressing his statement primarily to Irene. "I was told only that certain diplomatic adjustments would benefit Bohemia's position regarding the Scandinavian alliance." "You were misled, Your Majesty," Irene replied with unexpected gentleness, "as were several other monarchs whose positions and personal situations made them vulnerable to manipulation." Holmes circled the table slowly, his manner that of a professor elucidating a complex theorem. The concilium operated on multiple levels: financial, diplomatic, and personal. Those gathered in this room represent merely the London branch of an organization spanning capitals from St. Petersburg to Madrid. What do you propose as a resolution? Von Berger asked suddenly, breaking his silence with pragmatic directness. Exposure would damage all nations involved, not merely those you consider conspirators. A negotiated conclusion, Mycroft answered, placing a leather portfolio on the table. These documents contain evidence sufficient to destroy numerous careers and destabilize several governments. They will remain sealed, provided certain conditions are met. What followed was diplomatic negotiation at its most refined. Precise language, carefully calibrated concessions, and the subtle exercise of leverage. The king, recognizing his position as both victim and unwitting enabler, became increasingly cooperative as the full dimensions of the conspiracy were revealed. Blackwood, facing professional ruin and possible criminal charges, accepted the terms with brittle dignity. Von Berger, perhaps the most pragmatic of the group, focused on ensuring that Germany's legitimate security interests would not be compromised by the dissolution of the Concilium's plans. Throughout the discussion, Irene remained a poised presence near the window, her earlier performance persona replaced by the sharp intelligence that had first captured Holmes's professional respect years before. Occasionally, her gaze met him across the room, a silent acknowledgement of their unusual partnership in this complex affair. As the negotiation concluded, Mycroft collected signed statements from each participant, formalizing the agreements reached. The king departed first, his royal dignity somewhat restored by his eventual cooperation. Blackwood followed, his diplomatic career effectively finished, though his public disgrace would be circumvented for the greater stability of international relations. Von Berger was the last to leave, pausing at the door to address a final observation to Holmes. "You play a dangerous game, Mr. Holmes," the colonel remarked, his tone suggesting professional assessment rather than threat. "There are those within the Concilium who will not accept this outcome as readily as we have. Then they would be well advised to consider today's events as a demonstration of our capabilities," Holmes replied evenly, "and perhaps reflect on whether their own positions are as secure as they believe." After the colonel's departure, only the 4 architects of the evening's resolution remained in the study. Mycroft secured the documents in his dispatch case with methodical precision. "The Swedish ambassador will require his study to be returned shortly," he observed dryly, "though I believe he will consider the temporary inconvenience worthwhile, given the diplomatic incident that has been averted." "And Miss Adler's letter?" Holmes inquired. "The personal document that initiated this affair?" Mycroft extracted the cream-coloured envelope from his case and handed it to Irene with a slight bow. "A private matter that need not concern official channels, I believe." Irene accepted the letter with genuine gratitude in her eyes. "Thank you. The young queen has shown me nothing but kindness. This ensures her continued safety and dignity." As they prepared to depart, the distant sounds of the reception concluding could be heard from the main rooms of the embassy. Polite conversation, farewells being exchanged, carriages being summoned. The official evening was ending just as their clandestine operation reached its conclusion. "I shall ensure the appropriate communications are delivered to various capitals by morning," Mycroft stated, preparing to take his leave. "The Concilium's dissolution will be gradual but comprehensive. A more favourable realignment of European interests may now proceed through conventional diplomatic channels." After Mycroft's departure, Holmes, Watson, and Irene made their way through the now quiet corridors of the Swedish embassy. The musical evening had concluded, guests had departed, and only staff remained, clearing glasses and rearranging furniture to its proper positions. They stepped out into the cool London night, where stars shone with unusual clarity above the city's rooftops. A single carriage waited at the curb, presumably for Irene, whose performance commitments provided perfect cover for her departure. "The Queen makes her final move," Holmes observed, his breath visible in the autumn air. Irene smiled, the expression genuine rather than performed. "Not final, Mr. Holmes. Perhaps merely the conclusion of this particular game. Your opera company moves on to Vienna next, I believe?" Watson inquired. "After a brief engagement in Paris," she confirmed. "Though I find myself increasingly drawn to retirement from the more dramatic aspects of international affairs." Holmes regarded her with quiet appreciation. "The world of diplomacy would be poorer for your absence, Miss Adler. Few navigate its complexities with such remarkable skill." Her eyes met his, acknowledging the compliment that extended beyond mere words. "Perhaps someday our paths will cross in less complicated circumstances, Mr. Holmes." "I should like that," he replied simply. As Irene entered her carriage, she paused on the step, looking back at the two friends standing in the embassy's soft lamplight. "Until our next game, gentlemen." The carriage pulled away, merging into the gentle flow of late evening traffic. Holmes and Watson watched until it disappeared around a corner, carrying away the woman who had once again proven herself to be, in Holmes's estimation, the woman, the only one who had ever truly matched his intellect, and perhaps, in some unspoken way, touched something deeper. "A remarkable conclusion to a most unusual case," Watson observed as they began walking toward Baker Street, preferring the clarity of the night air to the confines of a cab. "Indeed," Holmes agreed, his voice contemplative. "Though I suspect the true conclusion remains to be written in the diplomatic dispatches and policy adjustments that will unfold across Europe in the coming months." Above them, the night sky remained clear, stars visible despite London's ambient glow. The city breathed around them, its ancient heart beating steadily beneath the veneer of Victorian progress and propriety. Somewhere within its vast expanse, countless other dramas unfolded, other secrets lay concealed, other mysteries awaited resolution. As they approached the familiar silhouette of 221B Baker Street, Holmes paused, gazing up at the starlit sky with uncharacteristic reflection. "The game concludes, Watson, yet the players remain. Life proceeds with its infinite variables and unexpected combinations." "Rather like the stars above us," Watson suggested, following his friend's gaze upward. "Precisely so," Holmes agreed with quiet satisfaction, constant yet ever-changing, revealing their patterns only to those patient enough to observe the greater design. They ascended the 17 steps to their rooms, where the familiar comfort of their shared sanctuary awaited, a refuge from which they had ventured into international intrigue and to which they now returned, their friendship the one constant in a world of shifting alliances and complex motivations. The case of Irene Adler and the Concilium conspiracy would eventually join the growing chronicle of their adventures, though perhaps some aspects would remain unwritten, preserved instead in the private understanding between a detective and the woman who had, once again, proven herself worthy of his deepest professional respect and unspoken personal admiration. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the soft glow of Tokyo, the ocean hush of Cape Town, the quiet charm of Venice, or the golden calm of Prague? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the silence cradle you. Let your dreams drift softly into the stars. Sleep gently, now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.